afternoon to everyone, respected elders and my dear friends. This is Anindita Gautam and I'll be anchoring the rest of the program. Now we will have a panel discussion and you all are aware that the topic is how do we raise children as a great Brahmos. May I now request Miss Malvika Nagarkar ma'am to take the chair on the dais. Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Malvika Nagarkar, ma'am, is the moderator of this panel discussion, and I would like to give a brief introduction of her. She is the Honorary Secretary of Bombay Pratana Samaj. She regularly conducts upasanas at Bombay Pratana Samaj. She also participates in social work activities of Bombay Pratana Samaj at two Balak ashrams, one for boys run in Mumbai and the other for infants and girls up to the age of 18 years in Pradapur in Solapur district. She has been in teaching and training line for past over 45 years with English language teaching, communication skills, interpersonal skills and soft skills being her areas of specialization. May I now request Mr. Ajay Gautam sir from Hyderabad to take the chair on the dais. Thank you, sir. May I now request Ms. Rajan Banerjee sir from Barapadi to take the chair on the dais. I now request Mr. Himaka Tata sir from Vizag to take the chair on the dais. Thank you, sir. I request Mrs. Madhubindu aunty to take the chair on the dais. May I now request Ms. Sneha Nagarkar ma'am to take the chair on the dais. Thank you, ma'am. I now request Dr. G. Sudhakar sir to take the chair on the dais. Thank you, sir. Now I request Ms. Malvika Nagarkar ma'am to conduct the panel discussion. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon to everyone present here. As we begin, I still remember yesterday when we all started coming here, all the faces look very familiar, and the young people who are volunteering here, the way they were greeting us faces looking familiar, and I was saying, I've met them somewhere. And then I realized that over Zoom we had all been seeing each other. And I remembered with tremendous gratitude one of the persons who headed all this, and that is the late Mr. Debanjan Ray, who ensured that we all came together, and we see the result of that when all of us are bonding here so beautifully right from the start. And I do remember how he brought us all together, the frequent calls and messages we had, giving all the, sharing the phone numbers, etc. And that bonding, I think, has shown in this present conference. Thank you to everyone. I'm indeed grateful for this opportunity to take up this topic, which of course I am not going to speak much on, but the others are. And how do we raise children as great Brahmos? When I saw the title and when I was thinking about it, of course, I remembered Pandit Gaur Govind Roy's Suvishalamidam Vishwam Pavitram Brahma Mandiram Cheta Sunirmalam Tirtham Satyam Shastra Manashwaram Vishwaso Dharma Moolam Hi Preetihi Paramasadhanam Swarthanashastu Vairagyam Brahmairevam Prakirtate, which tells us who a true Brahmo is. One who lives his or her life in this way. All of them are going to speak about it. I'm only going to begin with 2 or 3 examples that I want to, or anecdotes that I want to talk about. The first 2 are negative ones. The typical scene that I saw, everybody is driving on the crowded streets of Mumbai, and one family, they jumped the signal, which is done so frequently in Mumbai. I think if you don't jump the signal, you should now be fined in Mumbai. Anyway, but the father was driving, he jumped the signal, the family was in the car. The policeman stopped them, the traffic policeman. The father got out of the car, went, gave a bribe to the policeman, and came back into the car and drove away. The second example is in a crowded street in Vileparle East in Mumbai, a place which is like second home for us because our Mumbai Balakashram is in that same locality. On that crowded market street, I was horrified to see he was definitely not more than 12 years old, this boy riding a 2-wheeler. In the pillion was seated his father with a sense of pride on his face. My son is riding the motorbike. What are we saying? Where are the values? Where is the upbringing? I am not saying whether they were Brahmos or non-Brahmos. This is what we see very often. And that is why practice what you preach. If we are telling the children to be honest, to be good, to follow the rules, I think it's the parents who have to first be the models of this. The third example is a good example, and I'm proud to say, and you'll all be happy to know, it's of a Brahmo. Mr. Heramba Chandra Moitra, father-in-law of the well-known statistician, Mr. Mahalanobis. He was walking along in their campus, and 2 or 3 mischievous college boys who were bunking lectures and were moving out of the campus deliberately stopped him and asked him the address to a particular film theatre. Naturally, Mr. Moitra was annoyed and he said, I don't know. He turned away, but he stopped in his tracks. his conscience was pricking him. He turned back, called out to those college boys who were thinking, look, we made a fool we made of him. He called out to the boys and said, I'll give the Bengali first. He said, Jani, kintu bolbo na. I know where the theatre is, but I will not tell you. I think this is a guiding principle for all of us. Answering our conscience. His conscience didn't allow him to go away with that untruth. In a moment of anger, like any normal human being, he had said, I don't know. But his conscience would not allow him. This is where we see God Govind Roy's shloka in action. And I think when we talk of being a Brahmo and bringing up the younger generation as Brahmos, I think we first live those lives. We live in that way. And in the story that Sushma Didi told us yesterday, that the prince could not kill the parrot because he said God is watching. And just one example, A.G. Gardiner, the well-known essayist, he has an essay titled Keyhole Morals. I'm going to be honest if I know somebody is looking. So if somebody is looking through a keyhole, I will be on my best behavior. But if there's nobody watching me and I'm honest, then I'm truly honest. How do I behave? Because my conscience and the Almighty tell me to be honest. I think what we are trying to say is, it is in our culture, it is in us, and that is how we bring up the younger generation to be honest and to live as true Brahmos, thinking of others, living for others, empathizing with others, and having a conscience that keeps them always on the path of truth. With these words, I now request our first speaker, I think Mr. Ajay Gautam, you are the first speaker, Mr. Ajay Gautam, to talk on this topic, and please begin by introducing yourself. Thank you.
I request Mrs. Madhubindu ma'am to take the chair on the dais.
Thank you, Ananta. I'm so sorry for my delay, brother. Sorry.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon to everyone. This is Ajay Gautam, the Secretary of Hyderabad Deccan Brahma Samaj. There is a saying that your child will follow your example, not your advice. So therefore, before we talk of raising our children as great Brahmos, first we have to introspect ourselves, whether we are following the tenets of Brahma Samaj diligently. Bringing our children to the Brahma Samaj fold is a very Herculean task, because even if the parents are following the principles of Brahma Samaj at home, there is a chance that our children may get distracted and get away from the principles of Brahma Samaj by the influence of our relatives and their immediate friends. What I feel is, to inculcate the principles of Brahma Samaj in our children, we should inculcate rational thinking in them. Every now and then, we have to make them understand what is correct and what is not correct. History has shown that the intolerance exhibited by people who believed in certain principles helped them in sustaining their beliefs. The same needs to be practiced by us till the child starts thinking in a rational manner, to inculcate and implant the tenets of Brahma Samaj in our family members. I know many won't agree with it, but I feel this is a must. For this, I will give my own example. My upbringing happened in such a way that my father never allowed me to visit temples and used to condemn the stories about the Indian god and goddesses. And to be frank, there used to be no celebrations on any festivals. All days will be a regular day. There would not be any idol or image of Indian god and goddesses, and my friends used to question me, and I used to say we won't do idol worship. Later, as days passed, I got clarity and used to feel proud in following the principles of Brahma Samaj. During education days, I used to go to Samaj only when there was a get-together function or potluck lunches, and after my marriage, I started going regularly to Samaj on Sundays, and I started taking active part in it. The reason for telling all this is my father's intolerance to irrationalities during my childhood paved way to think rationally in my later stage. When it comes to attract other people's children and school children to the principles of Brahma Samaj, it should be done in a meticulous way. It cannot be done in a random way, and we cannot bombard the principles of Brahma Samaj on other people's children and school children. Here we are not going to do any wrong or crime in influencing the minds of others to the Brahma Samaj fold. In fact, we are helping them to lead a better life. And it is a very gradual process. First, we should acquaint and expose them to Panchayagnas as mentioned in our Vedic literature. I will give introduction about these 5 yagnas. Before that, I will define what is yagna. A righteous and morally accepted activity is considered as yagnam or yagna. Truly, according to Vedic literature, yagna means doing good deeds in simple terms, virtuous and pious work. There are 5 yagnas that are mentioned in our Vedic literature. They are Brahma yagnam, Deva yagnam, Bhuta yagnam, Pitru yagnam and Samajika yagnam. I will define each one in briefly. Brahma yagnam. Everything which is there in our universe is created by Almighty Brahma, who is ultimate and second to none. Without his knowledge, nothing happens in this universe. He is the one who provides us with everything for our well-being, and it is the responsibility of all human beings to express gratitude to him, and we should request and pray to him to inculcate in us the spirit of goodness through prayers at least 3 times a day. It says to recite Gayatri Mantram at least thrice in a day. The meaning of Gayatri Mantram is, "O God, give me the knowledge and guide me in such a way that I will never do any wrong act." For expressing gratitude and for praying to the Almighty to fulfill our genuine needs and to guide us in such a way that we never do any wrong act, we need not visit any particular place, and at the same time we don't require any mediator between us and the Almighty God. We can pray to him and request him directly. Almighty is available to all of us all the time. Just we need to express of gratitude to him and pray to him to inculcate in us the spirit of goodness. Next is the Deva Yagnam. We know everything is created by Almighty God, and all he has created has a specific purpose and specific meaning hidden in it. And it is our responsibility to safeguard his created things, for example, our environment and our surroundings. This Deva Yagnam prohibits activities which endanger things created by the Creator for our purpose and also for the benefit of other living things on this planet. So it is mentioned in the Vedas that we need not worship mountains, rivers, lakes, trees, animals which are created by God, but we should safeguard them from exploitation and contamination. Then Bhuta Yagnam, this is the process to be, I'm telling all these yagnas because to make other people's children to come into the fold of Brahma Samaj, we have to inculcate these 5 yagnas. That's why I'm defining all these things. The Bhuta Yagnam tells us involved in charity activities such as providing food to those in need, providing help and guiding the unemployed, providing medical facilities to needy patients. Then Pitru Yagnam, which says to respect our parents, elders, teachers and fellow human beings. And Samajika Yagnam. just like Devayagnam, which proscribes and prohibits us from indulging in harmful and dangerous activities towards our surroundings. In the same way, Samajika Yagnam denounces and condemns us from indulging in illegal activities. So these 5 yagnas needs to be inculcated into the school children. And apart from that, we should make them affiliated to we should make them learn about the Vedas and the hidden meaning in it. With these, we can do something which helps them, and over a period of time, they can become Brahmos. So I summarize, to raise children as Brahmos, we should show zero tolerance to irrationalities that are being performed in our houses, and make our children and other people's children to understand and implement these Pancha Yagnas in a day-to-day activities, and also make them learn Vedas and get acquainted with the inner meaning which is there in the Vedas. This way we can raise our children and other people's children to become Brahmos. Thank you.
If I may sit here and speak, because I have to speak only briefly. Thank you very much, Mr. Ajay Gautam. You've thrown light on how our principles are there, taken from our own culture, from the past. And I particularly appreciated when you said that we must show zero tolerance, to certain things where there is incorrectness or when people go wrong. Yes. And I think what you have said has taken us forward to what now we will go on to. And thank you very much. I will now request Mr. Ranjan Banerjee to please go ahead and speak and share his ideas with us.
Good afternoon. This afternoon session, after a beautiful lunch, is very difficult for the listeners as well as the speakers. So, with all these words, I have been given the responsibility to speak. How do we raise children as great Brahmos? And first I must thank Ravi Shankar and Madhuji for continuously interacting with me for the conceptualization of this topic. We decided how to conceptualize and how we can motivate our young minds and energize young minds. We have heard them in the morning. I have to respond them in this program. So how do we raise? Before that, I just take you through to the next slide. There is a very strange Yeah. As all of us are, we are at the 131st All India Brahmo Conference here. We are deliberating on this subject. I think it is receiving very slowly. You can operate from here to the next slide. It's a very strange coincidence between Baripada Brahmo Samaj in Orissa and the Deccan Brahmo Samaj here. Both were established in the year 1925. So this is a big thing, and for which I am here also, and with the request of Ravi Shankar and Madhuji conceptualizing this program, I am here. So this is the inside of the mandir in Deccan Brahmo Samaj, and this is the foundation stone laid by the Maharaja here in 1923, and the mandir was inaugurated in 1925. Go to the next slide of Baripada. This is you can see the Baripada mandir on the left side, that entrance door, and in this mandir we can see Himmatkarji And our famous, we say him, Babu Kaka or Amarendra Kaur, they had visited in the year 2007 in Baripada. And this is a photograph which I captured, and it is shown here. And the mandir in Deccan Mandir at Hyderabad. We go into the next slide. This is the, very interestingly I have captured these slides to speak to you something about. Now our topic was, when we discussed that first is the problem solvent. What are the problem? Problem statement, we must come to a problem. Where is the problem? Why the young minds are not motivated? The first problem I had taken, as you know, the Brahmos have become exterminated species now. Yeah, so every day people are getting exterminated. And if you see, there are two situations. A Brahmo boy marries a Brahmo girl. After the marriage, the girl observes the daily rituals in the house, sometimes gets motivated with a new concept of prayer, but very soon she loses interest. What happens? Once she loses interest, she then picks up things. I have only captured photographs from our house only. You see, my elder daughter is getting married. Rana Kaku is here in Calcutta, who conducted the marriage in the Brahmo way. But their family, they said, no, we'll have the marriage also in this fashion. And you know, it is very difficult sometimes to agree or disagree to this kind of situation. So the traditional Bengali marriage and this marriage, both are going hand in hand. So it happened, then it happened. We go to the next slide. So a non-Brahmo boy, when a non-Brahmo boy, a Brahmo girl is getting married, she goes to a new household. Absolutely in the new household, there is a puja sthal. They are accustomed to a new kind of situation. And in this new kind of situation, she first, with some reluctance, start listening to Ganesh Puja, this Puja, Janmashtami Puja, that Puja. Then Puja has now become a, everywhere in the country, has a money collection Puja, cricket Puja. There are so many things. Now she loses all kinds of interest. What she is going to do? What kind of ethics she is going to follow? But still starts inspiring her husband. Let us go to Brahma Mandir. Let us see our prayers. My daughter takes her husband to Sadharan Brahma Samaj in Vidhan Sharani, goes there. Their mother, they got influenced. They attend program, they attend functions, they attend utsavs. Up to that much. So it is happening. So I have given you two situations, a Brahmo girl or a Brahmo boy. Both the situations, boys and girls are confused. What has to be done? I will pick up. I have picked up the points in the morning from my dear friends who have given many thoughts for us, which we will discuss today in this program. Then many Brahmo Samajas in the country, presidents, secretaries, elections are held. Every time election is there, big paper, big work, big thing. Mandir, no weekly service, no quarterly service, no monthly service. It's not happening. Where will they go? Barring few mandir. I have seen it is happening in Balasore in Orissa, maybe Kotak sometime. In Khar Mandir or Prarthana Samaj it is happening, Indore and other places it is happening. But there are so many mandirs. Why it is not happening? What do these boys or girls will learn? Our people are interested for becoming secretary, president. I have all respect for secretaries and president. I am not telling that. But why the rituals in the mandir is not happening throughout the country? One of my young mind has said that unless these programs are held in the mandir, how can we get motivated? Isn't it? This was the thing, it came up from the young minds. Earlier, when we were children, I used to see every day. My grandmother made it a principle, and in some of the houses I have seen, every day evening there was a evening prayer. Pratyek din Sandhar Samay prayer used to be. I don't know how many people we are praying now. Everybody is praying through this, that, yes. And once message is dropped through I agree, many people have suggested that social media network will be the faster mode, but yes, along with that the evening prayer is also a must. We must pray, we must offer ourselves to the God, otherwise it cannot happen. So these are the problem, this is the problem. Now what can be the proposed solutions? I am now responding to the talk which my young friends had said in the morning. We need to develop our children as a change makers by inculcating the ethical values within them. What are the ethical values? They should have empathy towards others. They should be helpful towards others. They should come forward as a leader of the society. So they are witnessed by others as a leader of the society, and he is a Brahmo girl or a Brahmo boy. That kind of approach has to be there. So that is the first point. Then we are talking about reading scriptures. My friend Ishika had said, come out from the normal practice of only reading scriptures. But on the same time, Aditya has mentioned that we should follow these scriptures or these Brahmotenates through our social network, social Facebook or digital platforms, which is really giving us something to the YouTubes, and then Kashish had mentioned, I will develop small YouTube programs and then upload it. Let it be small, let it be known. And when, she is very right, when we search Google, in Brahma Samaj, when I click, only Sadharan Brahma Samaj or something is shown, other than when I search for Brahma Samaj in Baripada, they showed Brahma Kumari Mandir. Yes, and probably it somehow misspelled yesterday also as Brahma Kumari, because it is a very big organization and they are doing very good work. I must admire their good work at many other points. So these are some of the other solutions we can show. Then we should start participating in various debates and lectures in our schools and colleges as a role play. Kashish had mentioned that we must have role plays. What is the kind of role play? Role play for not only for our Brahmo leaders, but also for the local other important leaders. Our Baripada Mandir had celebrated last year the 150th year anniversary year of Maharaja Sri Ram Chandra Bhanjadeva, who donated that piece of land in Baripada and I presume some part of land in Balasore also for constructing Mandir. And those days, his wife, Maharani Sucharu Devi, who was the eldest daughter of our Keshav Chandra Sen, then Nagendranath Bandopadhyay, Dhruva Charan Kaur of Balasore, they constructed that Mandir and spreaded that message along the people. Now, I would request that what is our contribution for 5 years? You have given the bill, it will take 1 minute time. So Brahma Samaj should organize talks on important personality, as I mentioned, Rishika wanted. Then both Himadri and Bhargav said we should be active in natural calamities and social activities. Both of you have mentioned we must do and demonstrate ourselves into various social activities. Say, today whenever things are happening, people say Ramakrishna Mission is coming forward. People are saying that other organizations are coming forward. Yes, during COVID time, we have done some work at different pockets, but everywhere we should come forward. Hold family meetings where children will learn to solve the family problems like time management, cleanliness, housekeeping, good food making also. There should not be any gender bias in upbringing of our children. No gender bias should take place in the Brahma Samaj. Then Devaditya said Samaj can do some scripture reading and storytelling. Yes, I also agree. Madam also said storytelling we should develop a practice in mandir itself, or even going to schools about storytelling program. And Samaj should induct non-Brahmos who are approaching to us. I had a discussion on a Sunday thing, if non-Brahmos, one day our generation's forefathers were also a non-Brahmo, and they become Brahmo. So if non-Brahmos are approaching our mandirs, then we should take a decision that we must admit them in good spirit and good mind, and translate Brahmo Samaj related books and periodicals in local methods and local languages. And somebody asked me, no PNPC in the mandir or against mandir. PNPC means Paraninda Paracharcha band kariye, tabhi jaake mandir aage jayega. Young minds will be inspired to come forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ranjan Banerjee, for those inputs telling us how regular prayer in the home, however brief or as time allows, is an important way not just to get younger generation to become ritualistic and to just mumble something, but through that prayer inculcate a sense of what is right and what is wrong, what is meant. Thank you very much. I now request Ms. Sneha Nagarkar to share her thoughts, and please begin by introducing yourself. Thank you.
Namaste. Am I audible? Yeah. I'm Sneha Nagarkar. I am an archaeologist and Indologist by training and profession. I have based my talk on the Taittiriya Upanishad. The Taittiriya Upanishad is an Upanishad which is affiliated to the Krishna Yajurveda, and in the Taittiriya Upanishad basically there are three parts: the Shikshavalli, the Brahmanandavalli and the Bhruguvalli. So my talk is based on a discussion on the Shikshavalli. Now to start with, the Shikshavalli identifies Brahman with various Vedic deities, and not just that, it lays a lot of emphasis on what is known as Ritam. Ritam is the Vedic equivalent of what later became Dharma. Dharma is quite a misunderstood word in Indian parlance, but basically rather than religion, it means a system that upholds society, doing your duty, practicing virtues, practicing righteousness. And Varuna was the deity who was responsible for controlling this Ritam. And Ritam is basically a moral order. So I feel that when we are bringing up children as Brahmos, and not just as Brahmos, but how children should be brought up is to make them responsible citizens of India and responsible citizens of this world. And no civilization, no society can survive, can emerge without a strong moral foundation. So the Shikshavalli says that you must do your duties according to the scriptures. But I would like to add here that one should not blindly follow the scriptures, and we have seen that most of our texts, including the Vedas, have something known as bhashyas or vartikas. Even Shankaracharya's bhashyas have been commented upon further. So why do we have these bhashyas and vartikas? Because the texts need a reinterpretation all the time in context with respect to the changing conditions and circumstances. So the Shikshavalli says that we must study the scriptures, and we must study the scriptures through Swadhyaya. Now Swadhyaya is not rote learning. I mean, many a times we tell our children that "Arey mug up karke lo." Even I have done that as a student. But I feel that Swadhyaya in the Indic parlance means self-study and imbibing what you are actually learning. Also, one must have proper control in thought, speech and action, one has to be honest. We've already referred to honesty, and even your physical organs must be controlled. Then we have karma. I'm not referring to karma kanda, I'm referring to karma, that is action. And karma leads to chitta shuddhi, and only a pure mind can attain self-realization. For children, this karma would be to study well, to learn various skills, to pursue their hobbies, and this is equally applicable to elders as well. The Shikshavali contains, the Adhyaya 11th contains an advice of the Acharya to the Antevasinaha. Now this Antevasina has grown up, he has finished his basic education, he is now a Snataka, and from Brahmacharya Ashrama he will be entering Grahasthashrama. But whatever the Acharya tells his student is equally relevant for younger children as well. So it is told that one must speak the truth, Satyam Vada, tread the path of Dharma, Dharmam Chara, and one must never deviate from the practice of Swadhyaya. And finally, Swadhyaya is self-study and contemplation that will help children grow. Children should be taught how to internalize whatever they are learning in school, whatever they are learning elsewhere. And one must never swerve from the path of truth. Also, self-defense skills have to be taught to the students. The Shikshavali emphasizes on children knowing self-defense skills and also to perform such acts which will be also beneficial for your own self. Also, the relationship between teachers and students has been elaborated upon. So respect and gratitude for good teachers who have their values in place. Of course, nowadays I know that I am a teacher myself, so the teacher-student relationship has become more like a client and service provider kind of a relationship. And somewhere I feel that the teaching fraternity is also partly responsible for this. Also, the Shikshavali says that parents, teachers, gurus, guests, all of them have to be treated as God. But here I would like to add that one must think rationally, apply discrimination or viveka. You must respect your guests and teachers. But what is important is that you have to evaluate their behavior rationally, to not blindly entertain and emulate them. They too have faults. And the Taittiriya Upanishad clearly says that only the virtues, only the good qualities of their teachers have to be imbibed by the students. It also says that one must cultivate the spirit of giving. Giving, of course, as per one's capacity and in the best possible manner with the right kind of respect and humility. And giving should never be done to just merely exhibit one's wealth. So, the act of giving should also be cultivated, should be generated in the young minds. Of course, for a proper education, the teacher and the student have to be physically and mentally fit. There has to be an emphasis on body and mind control. Unfortunately, most of the current education systems mainly focus on employability rather than the cultivation of character. This is where the ancient Indian education system differs from the modern education system. I am in no way condemning the modern education system, but the goal, the aim of the ancient Indian education system was to create character, to build character and develop one's personality. Employability is very crucial. In ancient India, we have the science of Varta or earning one's livelihood. And texts like Kautilya Arthashastra, Mahabharata, Manu Smriti, Bhagavata Purana, they all have details about Varta. Also, I am not in any way condemning materialism. Materialism is very much a part of our worldly lives. But an excess of materialism may lead to a deflection from values. The Shikshavali thus emphasizes on the holistic growth of the individual, and it is best to inculcate these values among children at an early age through storytelling, songs, games, discussions. Already a number of stories have been told by the senior speakers, and this will help in the augmentation of the thinking capacity of children, enabling them to think independently based on their own experiences and learning. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sneha, for those inputs. Once again, showing us how it is part of our ancient culture to bring up children as good human beings who are ready to give and live for others and not just think of themselves. This reminds me of a quotation from Khalil Gibran's The Prophet, where in his chapter on giving, he says, don't give because you will get something. Don't give with pain. Oh, I have to give this which belongs to me. But give as the trees give of their shade. They stand in the sun, but they give their shade without expecting anything in return. And I think it's the same humanity which is expressed everywhere. Thank you very much. We'll come now to the next speaker. And I know we've got all these names. We've changed the order. Yes, don't worry. It's Mr. Himakar Tata, and we look forward to your point of view on this topic, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Am I audible? Respected chairperson, members on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, I speak from the perspective of Brahmo children growing up as a microscopic minority in a multicultural society. So my concern is, what should be the constituents of the moral fiber which will make them stand apart, which will make them recognizable and make a good contribution to society. So in my opinion, there are four essential constituents of the moral fiber. One is humanness. Number two, boldness. Number three, a cosmopolitan attitude. Number four, a scientific approach. Now these are not watertight compartments. As we come later, they have been redefined, but we shall make it simpler for the purpose of analysis. So what are the details of these four traits which we would like our children to inculcate? Humanness. Humanness means empathy to others. Humanness also means sensitivity to the feelings of others and reacting, being proactive in helping them. Boldness. Boldness means having a commitment to your conscience, to righteousness, to honesty and all the good principles, and more importantly, be bold enough to stand up for a cause. This is what we would like our children to grow up as, fearless people standing up for a cause. Number three, the cosmopolitan approach. The cosmopolitan approach says openness, transparency in the interaction, and tolerance for others. We shall come to it later why this is required. Tolerance for even the irrational. I shall briefly dwell on it. And last, the scientific approach. The scientific approach was explained very well in the previous session by eminent speakers, and they have stressed on the spirit of inquiry and reform. Now, having outlined these four characteristics, the next point is, how do we inculcate in them? Now, these are not to be done an overnight. Its inculcation of its value is a slow process, and the strategies change from age group to age group. Let us take the 0 to 10 age group, and I must acknowledge the inputs of Mr. Debaditya Ray, who mentioned about growing in a multicultural society. Is he around? I saw him some time back. Anyway, in the 0 to 10 age group, with parents also busy with their careers, I think it should be a slow induction. Put calendar quotes. We've got enough of calendar quotes. Ask the child to read a quote, and you come back from office, You ask them, okay, did you read? What did you make out? If the child is not able to explain. So I think this motivational course, we also keep them on our office desk. At least I used to do while in service. Even now, calendar quote, simple one line, the thought for the day. Number 2, let the house reverberate with music, which means you play hymn, shloka, this child will hum it like any other advertisement jingle that he picks up from the TV. Now, having done that, we when we send the child to the school plays an important part. And I was fortunate enough to study in an Australian Jesuit school, but very secular in outlook. So we used to have a school assembly in which there was no Bible reading, but there was thought for the day. And in that 1 minute silence, the priest would tell us, think of the children starving to death in a famine hit area. The next day, think of the children being affected in the war-torn Vietnam. Vietnam War was a big issue during the school days. So the thought for the day was to make yourself socially and politically very vibrant, be aware of things not only India, outside. And then once a week it used to be in the chapel hall, where our Catholic priests would even quote from the Vedas, apart from Bible and the Quran, and that was the thought for the day. This is in the 0 to 10 age group, where it is easy to mold the minds of the people. Now comes the problematic age. What happens after the age of 10 when you get addicted to cell phone? When you get addicted to cell phone, you have to try ways to wean them away. Yesterday, Mr. Elias was saying, children get addicted to mobile games like blue whales that force you into, I think blue whale is the app, that incites you into suicide. Then there are PUBG, PUBG, or I call it PUBG. It is not confined to a metropolitan city alone. In Mufassir town like Amlapuram, one boy coolly siphoned off 10 lakhs from his father's account playing this online PUBG game. So these are the hazards. So before the cancer spreads in, what should we do? You should find an alternative. Start off with fun activities and adventure activities. Take them for a hike. Let them have communion with nature. In our time, I remember we used to go out very often. I really don't know in the present day where everyone is hooked on to a Narayana, Chaitanya or a Fitji or whatever it is. Things are different, but let your children not fall into trap. Go for a holiday with them. Let them see the world around them beyond the four walls of the house. Next, the most important thing, learn to inculcate the feeling of empathy in the children. How do we do it? Again, I draw from the training I had in my school days. Hospital visits. If some relative friend, you insist on taking your child. I've seen parents say, no, my child, when he sees the sight of the blood, he will collapse. No. Make your child strong. Let him hear the wailing. Let him hear the moaning. It's never too young to see sorrow. Take him to the old age homes. He'll say, ask him to feed an elderly person or take a person toilet. That will teach him patience. And the third, which again it was raised today, bereavement visits. Believe it or not, this is the time in people's life. If your own family members or community members do not stand by you during a bereavement, there will be enough evangelists who will come. I have faced it myself. My sister was ailing for several years. Several evangelists thought I was an easy target for them for conversion. Of course, and fortunately I was cosmopolitan. It didn't happen because I could see through with my cosmopolitan outlook that ultimately all scriptures are same. I don't need to brand myself belonging to a particular religion. But if you have time to attend someone's wedding, please make sure that you attend time. And I think today again Mr. Debaditya Roy said how he was touched by several senior Brahmos calling on them. You have to provide. So this is important. And if you do have a birthday celebration, have it in your hedonistic style befitting your age, but also make the child go to an orphanage or old age home, spend his birthday. Next, as the child grows older and stronger, teach him the dignity of labor. Take him to a slum, and don't tell me there are no slums. India is full of them. I remember we used to go on Gandhi Jayanti day with a broom. This was in school, and then clean the slums. Let him pick up a broom. Let him stand the stench and smells. The slums smell differently. Get used to it. Harden yourself. The next point is very important. If you see the number of atrocities against women, it is sad. Keep a watch on your child's language. See that there are no derogatory references to women, and then correct him in a gentle manner. I'm sure a good family will help him to teach women. And at a senior level, if there are some horrific film scenes which stand up, but I still don't know how our censor boards pass so many. I shudder. Maybe Mrs. Rekha Sani has greater tolerance. I cannot tolerate the present day trends. Forget about Hollywood films, even on Telugu films. I've stopped watching them. Maybe I'm staying in an ivory tower. We next come to this was all about the humanness. The next trait is about the boldness. Tell your child to stand up for a cause, which means he has to be articulate. His communication should go beyond emojis, SMS. Ask him, bring him to the dais, ask him to speak articulate in full sentences. Otherwise, tomorrow when there's a moral issue, whether you're a lawyer or not a lawyer, you have to speak with passion. So teach your child how to speak, open his mouth, have the eye contact. I think, in short, whatever he speaks has to emanate from within his heart. It can't be a superficial forward or emoji. So I hope many of you know the modern day like MHR, OTD, HBD. People don't have time to say happy birthday. Many all abbreviations. It took time. I'm intellectually very shallow. It took time for me to realize that all these are greetings. The third is the cosmopolitan attitude, which is very important because when we grow up in a multicultural society, we have to face many people who don't profess the same value as us, as long as their ideas are not harmful. And then you may be a Brahmo, you may not believe in idol worship, but what if you're the head of a factory? What if there is a Vishwakarma Puja? What if there is some Ayudha Puja? I think you have to be a sport. You have to think of your unit. After all, this unit provides employment. Be a sport, sit. I think, so I personally believe that we have to relax our standards if we are occupied. Don't you see that we have a Christian chief minister in Andhra Pradesh? He has to do his mandatory duties, going to the temple during festivals. So I think that's where the cosmopolitan attitude, and to have a cosmopolitan attitude, I remember what Justice Chandra said, the chief guest, you have to develop yourself socially, economically and politically, which means you have to read extensively. You have to have a worldwide view of a problem. You have to open up with people of different communities, open up, ask questions about their culture, tell them about their culture. And last but not the least, the scientific approach. Never be happy with a status quo. You have to, I finished almost, thank you. You have to never be satisfied with status quo. Find the reason for it. If it doesn't, ask, get into debates, and be honest with it without losing. Let it be a scientific approach without losing a conscience. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tata. This was a very different way of looking at the same topic. And I think we are fortunate to get so many different points of view, which will help us, all of us, to build our own thinking as we go from here into our regular worlds of day-to-day life. And I think what he emphasized in the beginning is what he has spoken about throughout is give time to the children, share time with them, communicate with them, and let them also share their thoughts. Apart from, of course, all the other points that he made, I think this is something which is lacking nowadays, where children don't get time with their parents, with the older people in the family. And all of us have seen how even 3-year-olds are just given a mobile phone, play some games on that. And I've seen this in a restaurant where the parents are talking to each other or just sitting there waiting for the meal to come, and the child, a 3-year-old, was left to play games on the mobile. That's when they could have shared time with the child, interacted. And I think what you said, how the child then inculcates everything, that would have happened. Anyway, thank you very much. I think it's making all of us think, and I'm sure as we go back, we will not only try to change ourselves to some extent, but also try and reach out to others and help others to also bring some more life into their lives and the lives of the younger people. Thank you very much. We now go on to the next speaker, Dr. Sudhakar. We'd like you to share your thoughts, please. Thank you.
Let me at the outset thank the organizers for including me in this. I thought I would speak with a prepared speech, but after going through the sessions for the past 2 days, and especially after listening to the youngsters speaking in the morning session, I thought what I have prepared has no place here except to go into the waste basket. So I take the cue from what the youngsters have spoken and try to give a few ideas of my own. One of the speakers said that their parents commonly, most of the parents, 99.9% of the parents, including us, when our children are young, today we are old and we can talk something different. Their primary goal or primary concentration is the academics. Do well in your education, get a good job, get a good package, lead a comfortable life. Everybody has 24 hours and nothing more than that. In the 24 hours, how much time is left for the child for anything else other than academics, their coachings, their travel, and hardly an hour or hour and a half is left for their free time to play with the kids. And the biggest casualty in such a setup is the family time. Father has no time to speak to the child, child has no time to meet the father. I used to give that answer when my uncle called me and says, "Where is your dad?" I said, "Most probably he must be in the house." He said, "You both are living in the same house. Don't you know where your dad is?" Our timetables are so very rigid, we don't even see each other for a couple of days. It's not surprising. And please remember, the child is already having a lot of burden on the young shoulders. That is our ambitions, not the school bags. Every parent has an ambition to see his child as a doctor, engineer, scientist or somebody. Which parent is there who will stand up and say, "I want to see my child as a Brahmo"? None of us. So when our ambition is to see our children as somebody else, how can we say that it is totally different? Sorry? No. So, in such a situation, everyone has 24 hours and this cannot be a new package to the child along with the other packages which they have to go through. So let this be an integral part of the life of the child in every day.
So the simple answer should be, make Brahmoism the lifestyle of your families. Once the child knows how to live like a Brahmo, it goes into the genetic coding, and the child will be a Brahmo forever. And how to do that? Of course, there are different ways. And that is one thing. Then the second thing is, do we want to give Brahmoism as a new religion or a new way of thinking or practicing the religion? The moment we say it is new, it again invites a conflict. If you want to say it's a different way of looking at a religion, maybe we can gel with anything else. And most of the families, as on today, including my own families which I have seen, one of the parents can be from a traditional family, the other parent can be a Brahmo family. There can be a clash of interests in many ways. Child is already in the crossfire. Let us not add to the crossfire. Let us teach them how to gel with it and superimpose both of them and come out with a better solution. In that way, we can definitely do it. I'm really happy when Rekha Madam said that she is very strongly impressed upon one statement by Acharya Sitaram Brahma. Brahmoism is alive as long as there is one single Brahmo standing on the earth. Correct. Being a doctor, I see that in many ways. An old man is in the intensive care unit on ventilator and support systems. The family members are standing outside. People ask, how is your grandfather? Hi? This is not what the way we want Brahmoism to be. We want Brahmoism like any of the youngsters, growing up, bubbling. And when we go to our own relative's house, what is the common comment we say? Hey, this child was so small, now she is grown up. Brahmoism must be like that. It should grow up day by day and become stronger day by day. That is what we want. And we want it like that. We have to induce it to our children, indoctrinate them into Brahmoism, and ignite their thoughts with Brahmoism. Once the thoughts are ignited, to what height they can go is beyond our imagination. The youngsters have proved already what they can do, what they can think. So this is as far as we want to introduce. But now, when we want to talk about training, training is a scientific module. It is not a casual module. A Brahmo in the west, a Brahmo in the south, and a Brahmo in the north cannot think differently. Brahmoism has to be same everywhere. For that, what we need is a standard module of training, a trained teacher, and a proper methodology. Parents can at best introduce Brahmoism to the children, not train them to be Brahmins. Very few parents are capable of doing it. So we need to think of organizing schools and definitely take up children and then train them properly in a standard format so that there is a methodology and there is a uniformity. This is very, very important, keeping in mind today's world, because the parents can move, the child can move. Today the child is here, tomorrow they get a seat in IIT Calcutta or IIT Guwahati, the child moves. Here they are involved in Brahmoism, there they go there, everything is totally different. They stop going there, the connection is snapped. This cannot happen. Once it is same, wherever the child goes, the atmosphere is same, the philosophy is same, the thinking is same, the child can easily gel with it. Only the people are different, it is very easy to connect with the people. So let us now think of those lines, because the world has become a very small unit. It is a very immediate neighborhood today. Only thing is, people are becoming drifted off by heart. So let us think of that way. So, in short, I don't want to take your time, I will not give you a chance to ring the bell. In short, what I want to convey is, if you want your child to be a Brahmo, let us live like a Brahmo, think like a Brahmo, induce Brahmoism into their minds, and walk the way in Brahmoism along with them. Not just pave the way and show the way. Walk the way with them. And when they are mature enough, please don't leave the hand. When the child is young, we hold the hand and walk the child. But commonly what we do, the child is old, we leave the hand because our thoughts and thinking differs. That should not happen. Let the child lead us in the modern way of Brahmoism. Then automatically they become great Brahmos. If somebody thinks, when my thinking is different from my father, and the moment I express my thinking, I lose my father's connection, they will stop doing it. Let us not give them that chance. We are here to adapt with the child's thinking into the modern world. Once we do that, definitely Brahmoism will thrive, Brahmoism will perpetuate, and the youngsters will come by leaps and bounds into this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sudhakar, for these insights, telling us that, of course, today family life is sacrificed because people don't get time with their families. And I think what you said, that we need to make Brahmoism a way of life for the home, is living that life, as you put it later, that we need to live and think like a Brahmo and walk the way, because that's the only way we would be able to truly inculcate this as a way of life for the younger generation. Thank you very much. We now come to our next speaker, the concluding speaker, Ms. Madhu Bindu, ma'am. Would you please express your thoughts and take us further into this topic? Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I would say one word about myself. I'm a first generation Brahmo. This is linked with my, not that. This has some link with my talk also. So I'm just, how the brought up makes some difference that I can see with myself and with my children. And with other children who are already bringing up in Brahmo families. So I'm just correlating it. Now let's get into the topic. Nurture the future. But after the morning session we had with the youngsters, I would say it is nurture the parents. Maybe we should conduct a session for the parents to nurture them according to the expectations of the children. You know, whether we are up to the mark or not. According to their expectations. I think that's required. So, to nurture the future and make them as a great Brahmos, not only our children, all the children, whomever we are interacting, whomever we are approaching, what do we do with that? How do we do that? I have a few points to discuss about that. Before getting into the action plan, I have a few points to bring to your notice. One is already discussed from the morning, I think from yesterday also. What we implement, that only we should preach. Preach what you say, or what you do, that only you preach. That's what we are hearing. Yesterday Preeti Bayas expressed the same, today our children express the same. So that is, children learn what we do, not what we say. If I tell them to go and study and I watch TV, they don't do. It's a common example I am just bringing out to our notice. So if I want to bring up my children or any other children as a great Brahmo, I have to live an exemplary life. That's the only way I can bring up the children in that way. Second point is, I observe this in many families. Fathers and mothers are very, very ordained Brahmos, very religious. But when it comes to the children, not only in our community, in all the area, when it comes to the children, it doesn't happen in the same way. I got an answer. I discussed with many people about this. I got an answer that we should not impose anything on the children. They should realize the reality of the Brahma Dharma and they should implement. then only they will implement by heart. I totally agree this. Because being a first generation Brahmo, I realized Brahma Dharma as my way of life on my own and with the help of great teachers. I totally agree. But in that realization, I wasted my 25 years of life. That shouldn't happen to our children. And one more thing I wanted to bring to your notice, all of our notice. We don't leave our children for all other things. Apart from the education, we teach them all the other things, how to behave, how to brush your teeth, how to wear the dress, how to behave socially. We don't leave our children, let he complete second standard and realize the importance of the brushing the teeth. Then he will start brushing. Will we? No. Brush twice a day. We make them by heart kind of a thing. Why can't a prayer? Yes, we should. This is my personal feeling and I have seen it practically with my children and other children also. Brahmo Dharma is a way of life. Dharayati iti dharma. It has to be both. Every day, every time, 24/7. How your children will realize that at an young age? Children like Kashish, we get very rare. I don't know whether she is there or not, but she is a rare girl. She is a gem. But all the children are not like that. They cannot realize on their own. We have to help them out. We have to bring them up as a good Brahmo. It is our responsibility. Many teachers are here, I think so. So whomever children you are interacting, please inculcate the divine values, qualities of the Brahmo Dharma into the children. This is my request. And third point, I would like to bring to all of our notice is connectivity to the God. Inculcating the God's perspective in the life. That's what a story told by Sushma Madam yesterday. The king was not ready to kill the bird. That's the God's perspective. That has to be there. Then they will lead a Brahmo way of life, whether we are there with them or not. These are the few points I wanted to discuss. And then my action plan. How do I inculcate the Brahmoism, or how do I get the children closer to the God or to the Brahmoism? Through inculcating the divine qualities in them. Divine qualities, we all know: forgiveness, patience, tolerance, kindness. But there are some ways which I am practically following, and I have discussed with many other senior Brahmos and I have taken their suggestions also. It's a comprehensive package, we can say. And another point I would say, whatever we teach them, we should make sure that they are teaching to others. That's a very important point. Because we learn, we forget. We revise, we recollect. We implement and we teach. We never forget. So when we live by that, we can teach. If we want to teach, we have to live by that. So if we make as a habit of teaching to our children, that gives a good result. We always encourage our children to teach. That gives a good positive effect in the children. That stops from the deviation. And it helps them to further deviations, like Ranjan sir said, after marriage what's happening to our Brahmo girls and boys. That was his main concern and worry. I feel whoever has spoken here in the morning sessions, the young delegates and young speakers in this conference, I request all the young delegates to be stick on your path. Don't get deviated after your marriages. This is my humble request, because we keep on meeting each and every conference. Remember this, I will ask you. So, Coming to the action plans, how do we inculcate the divine qualities in the children? One thing is kindness. This kindness, I am just focusing on the school children, not our own children that will come with the brought up. I am focusing on the school children. How do we do that? There is a plan of field trips, like Himaka Tata sir told, I think. Field trips to the orphanages, field trips to the old age homes. Like many corporate schools conduct field trips to the factories, labs, and research and development programs, parks and zoos. These things they will do. What I suggest is a field trip to an orphanage and make them closer to the reality. This gives two benefits. One is, we should make them understand about two things. One is how much gratitude they should share to the God Almighty, they should show to the Almighty, and how much their resources they have. And that becomes their moral and emotional responsibility to share the resources whatever they have with others. There is a saying of Raghupati Venkataratnam Naidu. Sri Raghupati Venkataratnam Naidu Garu. He is a very famous Brahmo leader in Andhra Pradesh. One person asked him once, I have read this in his biography, why there are so discriminations in the society when Almighty is one. You say about the fatherhood of Almighty, then why there are so many discriminations in the world? His answer was, the discriminations between in the society is a test for each and every human being. A person be enriched with full bag of resources. The bag of resources is a test for him whether he is sharing with the empty bag or not. That's how life goes, and he implemented the same. So that's the values we should inculcate in the children. And when we take them to the old age homes, we should explain them how old age is miserable at that age, how loneliness suffers people. That builds the empathy in them. That gives some moral responsibility towards their own family members. Rest of all the other points, whatever I have prepared, almost all told by the speakers from the morning to now. Okay, I am really glad that my ideas are very much similar to other Brahmos. I am really glad for that. Only one thing I wanted to tell. One more thing we can inculcate in the children, take and give. We usually see in the orphanages, kids are habituated to take the presents, gifts or benefits. What I propose, you make a habit of them of giving also. You give them and ask them to take and donate that to someone else who are in dire need. This is another action plan. All these action plans inculcate the qualities and the connectivity with the God. Good deeds are always lead to God. So it doesn't happen in 1 year. I will not say that. It requires continuous rapport, dedication of time, and we should not get discouraged, continuous inspiration. With all these things, we can definitely do that because we are doing it. That's all for today. Thank you very much for patiently listening to us.
Thank you very much for those inputs, telling us that we have to, and I think that was not just for the children, but also for us to remind ourselves that if we take something, we must also learn to give. Thank you.
May I now invite Mr. Santosh Singh Bayer, sir, to present the mementos to the panelists.
Yeah. This seems like grabbing the mic, but I wanted to just say a few words in conclusion. I think from all that we have been speaking from this side, there has been an echo from the other side as well. And all our thinking is along the same lines, that we have to live that life so that it gets inculcated into those around us. Not just the children in the homes, but if I may take a small example, I remember one of the boys from our Balakashram many years ago. He had played some small mischief in school. The principal called him and said, "We think it's you, admit." He didn't say anything. Many of the other teachers spoke to him. He refused to admit. Then we were sitting in the Balakashram, and my brother Milind and I, we were there, one or two other members, committee members were there, and we said, "Look, we are not here to punish you. So you just tell us if you have done that. The matter will close. After that, believe it or not, the next thing he said, yes, I was the one who did it." We said, chapter is closed, that's it. When we want them to be honest, when we want them to really live good lives, we have to also keep our word. Imagine what would have happened if after telling him, "No, we won't do anything," if we had punished him for it. The thought didn't even occur to us. I'm not saying this to congratulate myself, but I think all of us are like that. And today, this has been, I think, a constant basic idea that has come ahead, that we have to live that life and we have to inculcate all the good values and encourage the children to be curious, to ask. We should share time with them. Because that curiosity, I think today education kills their curiosity. And even if they want to try something, they are not ready, but we must help them, and that is how they will truly grow as human beings. I just want to quote a few lines from Pandit Shivnath Shastri's book, where he says that, yes, we have to learn to work in the world outside, the theistic church in India. In that he says, we must go out into the world and we must work, but where does all this begin? And he says, all those who come in daily contact with us should be impressed with the honesty of our motives, the sincerity of our actions, the righteousness of our endeavors, and our evident desire to conduct our lives to the glory of God and to the good of man. To be able to produce such a conviction in the minds of our neighbors, it is necessary that our homes should be centers of earnest and living religion, real fountains of spiritual and moral influence. But how can they be so unless we raise an altar there for the worship of the one true God? I know of no other agency which is so pure and so elevating as the pure and spiritual worship of the all-holy being. When the human soul turns to Him in earnest prayer and sincere gratitude and holds loving communion with Him, it is then alone that it can be lifted above its sins and sufferings. A home where such souls abound can be truly the center of peace, purity, and piety. I don't think we need to say anything beyond this to understand what it is to be a Brahmo and what it is to encourage this thought in those growing up around us. Before I say thank you, I think you would like to say, you want to get the people to say a pledge. So from my side, thank you very much, and I thank all the speakers for their valuable inputs. Thank you.
Young people, young minds have deliberated in the morning and given us a food for thought. I request the young minds to come over here to take a pledge for the Brahmo Samaj and the Brahmo way of life, what we have deliberated. I request everybody, young minds, please come over here to the front. Please come. This is the abstract of our faith in Brahmo Samaj. You have to take a oath with me. All others can take a oath. If you want to, you can stand up and take the oath. सामने जाओ. अच्छा, no, they can take from your places and उनका फोटो थोड़ा सा सामने में. Turn towards that side. Turn towards that side. Yeah. So others can also simultaneously say. Yeah. Yes, yes, you can stand there. Tell with me. The faith of Brahmo Samaj. I have faith in the one and only one formless God. Tell with me. I have faith in the only one formless God, who is without a second, the all-perfect, the beginning and the end of everything. I also believe in the immortality of the soul, in the necessity of upasana for the spiritual development, and in the moral accountability of self. I hold that no created object or person is to be worshipped as God. I believe in natural and universal revelation. Truth is mine wherever it is. I have the right to use my reason and my conscience in judging of dharma and adharma. With this ability of self-determination, I shall always uphold dharma. I practice spiritual worship as a constant endeavor and try to do my best to shape my life in accordance with these beliefs and thoughts. Thank you.
May I now invite Mr. Santosh Singh Bair, sir, to present the mementos to the panelists. Thank you, sir. We will have a couple of talks lined up for today. we have a tea break or shall we continue the session? May I now request Ms. Ashish Basu sir to take the chair on the dais. Thank you, sir. I would like to give a brief introduction of Mr. Ashish Basu, sir. He is currently a marine consultant and he is a staunch Brahmo. May I now request Sri Ravi Shankar, sir, to take the chair on the dais. Thank you, sir. May I have the pleasure of briefly introducing Sri Ravi Shankar, sir, to you all. Mr. Ravi Shankar Banda is a Vedic scholar who has devoted himself to the propagation of Brahma Dharma for the past 20 years. Having himself learned the Vedas and Vedagas from various authentic sources, he teaches the Vedas using simple and authentic meaning. He regularly conducts training sessions for people who want to teach and spread the Vedas and Brahma Dharma. He is the editor of bi-monthly journal Dharma Sadhani, published by Hyderabad Deccan Brahma Samaj. He earned his BTech degree at NIT Surat and MTech at IIT Delhi. Now I request Mr. Ashish Basu sir to give his speech.
I'm Ashish Basu. I was born in Delhi. It was a wonderful place. But in 1948, it became terribly crowded, with lots of people coming in from West Punjab. After a few years, we moved to Shillong. My father had a transferable job. It was another wonderful place, but suddenly this also got crowded with lots of people pouring in from East Bengal. And you all know Rekha Shahani. I know her family well, so I know that her parents, grandparents and other relatives had to forcibly move from Sindh to Mumbai. These are just a few examples of a worldwide phenomena known as refugee conflict. And it keeps increasing and getting worse. and it keeps increasing and getting worse. Every few years, however, new words and phrases get introduced in a language. A recent introduction is global refugee, which we also call it climate refugee, or we also call it global warming. This is a word that may become the most common word of this century. While we believe that global warming is impacting us all, its future role in human migration is largely ignored. Sadly, climate change, which causes the human migration, impacts more poor communities. Extreme fluctuations of sun and rain makes these communities having to suffer massive drought or enormous flooding. Communities are forced to relocate. This makes them climate refugees. Should we care? And why am I talking about it in this Brahmo conference? Because climate-induced relocation is on the rise. Last year, it resulted in around 16 million people becoming refugees worldwide. It is estimated that in 25 years more, another 50 million, 50 million, may be forced to leave their homes. I would like everyone to think about this seriously. Much of these are natural disasters and are impacting millions of people each year. It is not just an issue for fragile states, as the changing patterns of human migration mean that more people are forced to flee their communities in search of safe havens. The world's most vulnerable people will be made to bear the brunt of climate change, though they are the least responsible for causing it and are ill-equipped to deal with the consequences. With climate change intensifying humanitarian needs, international agencies are overwhelmed, increasingly stretched, and lack funds to control it. The United Nations had made a commitment to leave no one behind, but it is clearly failing. My earnest appeal to Brahmo youth is to primarily focus on climate-related problems and work on honorary or voluntary basis. The current system is in desperate need of reform. As humanitarian crises become more complex, the demand for funding is struggling to keep up with the supply available. The global humanitarian funding requirement for last year was 50 billion rupees, and it will keep on increasing. You, Brahmo youth, will have to face this issue and solve it. With the continuing crisis, large funding is needed to help close the gap. The scope for innovative resources of finance by you is enormous. It will become more bigger. Creating financial solutions to reach more of those at the bottom of the pyramid would be a major contribution to addressing the pressing issue and helping build locally. Climate refugee change adds a new layer of complexity, as women and girls are more vulnerable to the effects of climate change, it impacts education, maternal health, and gender-based violence. In climate change disasters such as droughts, women are often to be in charge of water collection. Can you imagine that over 20 million women will have to collect water every day? These need to be attended. With climate change disrupting their education, young girls are being taken out of school to marry early, creating a higher number of child brides. It has a profound effect on their mental, physical, and overall well-being. Uncertainty of climate will become the most important issue in future. The youth of today should remember this, an issue that you will have to confront. Another important issue for our youth. Many of you may know that I was a seafarer. I was a chief engineer in the Merchant Navy. In 1970, I was on a ship that used to sail up the Hooghly River. The draft was 22 to 23 feet. You know what draft means. It's the amount of the depth below the water. Today, my seafaring friends tell me that the draft at the same point on Hooghly is 12 to 13 feet. This is true for all rivers all over the world. I have just used Hooghly as an example. Where did this 10 feet of silt and sand come from at the bottom of the river? It was 23 feet, now it is 13 feet. It came because of illegal felling of trees in the Himalayas. Or should I say, corrupt forest officials are responsible. All religious groups, Hindus, Muslims, Christians, have at least two parts. In Hindi, when I speak in Hindi, I say Udarvadi and Kattarvadi. Or English is liberals and radicals. My effort has been and is always will be to convert radicals to liberals. I am not interested in fighting Hindus versus Muslims. It's the liberals of it's the Kattarwadis, the radicals of one group, which is fighting, which is trying to make the liberals into radicals of their own religion. This is my action plan for future. Development of any community is generally in the hands of the youth. The older generation has passed on the baton to you. Youth in any country, you have the dream, more dreams, more passion, and more hope. Youth in any country represents the future of this nation. You could take the lead in establishing sustainable habits at home, like switching off lights when not in use, occasionally cooking simpler meals, walking or cycling instead of driving, or organizing carpools. There may be a zillion others you can think of. Many samajas can be used for useful purposes. For example, many samajas, I know many of them, they remember closed for 6 days a week. This is open for 1 hour a week. These can be used for other uses like indoor games, chess, teach Facebook, etc. to senior Brahmos, and there could be a lot of others. I hope this old Brahmo has been able to pass on some of his own beliefs and experiences to you, the Brahmo youth present here. It might even help you to become better Brahmos like your ancestors. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Sri B. Ravishankar sir to give his speech.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, my Brahmo brothers and sisters. This is the last seminar for this conference, and I would like to talk about the topic is proud to be a Brahmo. What is the conference we are all having about for last 2 days? This is a Brahmo conference, and this is our 131st Brahmo conference. Almost we are having this conference for more than 2 decades, maybe, or more than 100 years. Let's say even after having this 131 sessions of Brahmo conferences, if you are still not proud about Brahma Dharma, if you are still not proud about being a Brahmo, then what is the fun and reason for having these conferences for us? So today, the topic I would like to touch upon, this is more like summarizing all the talks what you have since the morning, and to emphasize that why we have to be proud to be a Brahmo. So I will start my session with the Vedic mantra. हिरण्मयेन पात्रेण सत्यस्यापि हितं मुखं यो सावादित्ये पुरुषः सो सावहं ओम खम ब्रह्म. In this mantra, the great Brahma Dharma Acharya Dirghatama says, if you have to worry about your identity, you always have to worry about your eternal identity. It is not about your ephemeral identity or the identity what you are having in this universe. So we'll try to understand more once we go through this topic. So why this topic? Because we all are very smart. Being humans, we wanted to always get best of best things. Always we want to exercise our mind power and we wanted to get best of best things. But when it comes to the identity, what we are projecting ourselves today, like we might be proud of being an engineer, we might be proud of being a doctor, so many things. The question is really, are we really getting the best what we want, or are we just compromising with certain identities which we are thinking about? So we all have to think upon this topic. The reason is, some of our most senior Brahmos or some of new Brahmos or all Brahmos, sometimes we think without understanding what actually Brahmo means. We might say, why you are worrying about always Brahmo, Brahmo, Brahmo? क्यों सता रहे आप ब्राह्मो ब्राह्मो बोल के सबको? Is it not good enough for you to be a good person? Will it not be suffice if you say, I am a better person, I am doing all the good deeds? Will it not be enough? So these questions and these points generally are put to all of us. So we have to see the relation now, understand very clearly what do we mean by a better person, and what is that relation between the Brahmo and the better person. Just to say, most of us are having some Brahmophobia. We don't want to use the word Brahmo. No, we don't want to use. So that problem we are seeing. So I want to address that now in this today's topic. Are we really have to worry and fear about the word Brahmo in using? Or is it the only best term which is available for us to represent this entire congregation? Even at the end of the conference, if you all of us are not able to make our children or this group proud to be called with this name, then the purpose of conference is not achieved, I personally feel. So let's get into the topic. Suppose if you ask, somebody asks, see morning when Dr. Debashish Rai sir talking about the Upasana, he was talking about whom we belong to, whom you wanted to associate it with. Suppose if somebody asks, who are you? What is your identity? What do you say? I say I am Ravi Shankar, or I may say that I am son of so and so, or I may say that I am daughter of so and so, my parents are so and so, or I am wife of so and so, husband of so and so. All we talk about these identities. If somebody asks, who are you? What is your identity? We talk about all these family identities. Or we may say I am an engineer, I am a doctor, I am a chartered accountant, or I am an advocate. So sometimes we associate ourselves with these professional or educational identities. Or some people go forward and talk about whether they might be talking about CEO or a president or a king of a country. So most of the times all of us are proud to be associated ourselves with these positional identities or educational identities, or sometimes even certain religious identities. You may say I am a Hindu, or I am a Christian, or I am a Muslim, I am a Jew. So we all know about these identities, I need not to tell you. But nowadays, we are not just stopping at these religious, educational or spiritual identities. We are really talking about, we have a digital identities also, is it? We have a WhatsApp ID, Twitter ID, Facebook ID, Instagram ID. So we have so many identities. All these identities bother us, these digital identities. But you like it or not, I call all these identities as frog in a well identities. I am calling them as frog in a well identities, all these identities. Whatever you are talking about, that engineer, doctor or actor, whatever it is, why I have to call this frog in a well identities? Suppose you take elephant. Elephant likes to compare itself with a bigger elephant, or it wants to associate with an elephant group. Or you take a mountain. You might not understand the language of mountain, but mountain thinks a bigger mountain might be, it's a comparison. It wanted to identify, yeah, I wanted to become that big mountain like Everest or something. Or you take buffalo, it's the same. Similarly, we human beings, we are worried about the identities, whether you're thin, you're fat, whether you're long, short, whether you're rich, poor. All these identities we are really worried, and our majority of the time goes in getting these identities, or maybe keeping these identities, or continuing these identities. That's what our efforts we put on. But just think, all these identities, whatever I mentioned, who knows about these identities really? Who cares about what, whether you are engineer, whether you are a doctor, whether you are an actor, who cares about these identities? At the most, because of your relation, your family may like or may worry about your identity, or sometimes if you force, your neighbor may accept your identity, maybe your pet, or if you are so big, so great, like a community like this may recognize you and identify you as a great person, or may give like a lot of claps and all for you. So all of us are really worried about these identities. But just question yourself or think about, does any mountain know? You might think, really do have to put this question to you, but I just request you think, does any mountain know who you are? Or does moon know who you are? Does sun know who you are? Or does the entire galaxy know, or this entire universe know who you are? Have you really thought about this earlier? I think even a fish in a pond doesn't care or know about our identity, or a bird in the sky, or a cow, or elephant, any for that matter. I am sure that even your pet dog doesn't care or doesn't know whether you are an engineer, doctor, or actor, whatever it is. It just knows if you are a sincere, good human being. It just cares about if you are really a good human being. It only worries about that identity. So then, when we discussed about all these identities and thought about, then what are the other alternatives we have? Do we have any other alternative for us to associate ourselves or to be identified? Being a Brahmos, we always search for the truth. So there must be a better way. So for this, I would like to emphasize and give some of the proofs or some references since the last 2 days, what are the talks we are having. And we have to see what our earlier Brahma Dharma Acharyas said about this problem, about the identity problem. So here we'll take the help of Uttara Narayana Rishi. As I told you, we have to go to our elders and seek the guidance. That's what we are doing for last 2 days. But all the elders here also have to go to their elders and seek the guidance. So I am taking back you to the time of Yajurveda. Uttara Narayana Rishi says in 31st chapter of Yajurveda, he says, Vedahametam Purusham Mahantam Aditya Vannam Tamasah Parastat Tameva Viditvati Mrityumeti Na Anya Panda Ayanaya Vidyate. He says that, my dear brothers, don't worry. there are not too many ways you have to worry about or practice. If you wanted to be recognized, or if you wanted to make sure of your eternal identity, there are not many ways. Na anya pandha vidyate ayanaya. There is only one way, not there are many ways. You have to worry about one identity or only one path. That's what he is suggesting us. Then let's see what is that one and only one right path. Okay? So the way our earlier Brahmadharma Acharyas answered this problem or addressed this problem, how did they address? Suppose if you wanted to become a good engineer or a doctor, you try to see who are the great doctors or engineers, or if you wanted to become a good advocate, you will see the topmost lawyers and all. So what our earlier Brahmadharma Acharyas said, okay, suppose if I wanted I wanted to create my identity forever, who is the most popular in this entire universe? Who is known to the buffalo, to your pet dog, to the sun, to the moon, the every entity in this universe? Whom does this entire universe knows? The human beings as well as all the galaxies. So this was the question they were asking themselves. Suppose if I wanted to be an eternal entity in this universe, who is the most popular and the most famous, who is the most great person whom I can imitate and fix my identity to according to that? Again, we have to go back and take the help of our great Brahmadharma Acharyas. If you know about Vamadeva Rishi from Samaveda, he says that Dutam vo Vishpavedasam Havyavahamatyam Yajistam Rumnyase Gira. He says that there is only one and only one. Every part of this universe knows about him. And he knows about the every part of the universe also. That's why he is called as Vishpavedasam. Vishwa means universe, Vedasa means to know. The one who is known to everyone, or the one who should be known by everyone, is called as Vishpavedasam. So he says that for that great popular entity, there is no mediator between you and him. That's what since the morning we are talking about the pledge and all. So he is nothing but the creator. That's what the mantra says. So including your heart or your cell, your body, your soul, everything in this universe knows about him or knows about this popular identity or entity, but except the human mind. We have problem with your human mind. Your human mind might not recognize, but your heart, your soul, every part of your body knows about this divine, great, almighty, the creator. So what is for us? Why we have to really care, or why we have to really know about all this creator or all these things? Our problem is identity crisis. Being Brahmos, what we should have identity. So what is for us? We understood that Almighty is the most popular and powerful. When we know that He is the most popular and powerful, we should know what is the secret. What is the secret He is maintaining? Why He is so popular? What makes Him so popular? If you imitate Him, or if you know about those activities which made Him popular, if you try to imitate or inculcate, you will also obviously will become popular. Okay? So can we follow His path? So it says that Yasya Nama Mahadyasha. He is popular because of His deeds. He is not just popular because of His just existence. It clearly says that He is popular because of His deeds. What type of deeds? And it says that if you wanted to be a popular person, or if you want your identity to be remain even after your death, or if you wanted to be remembered by all the people here. Today we are meeting all here, we all are meeting here and remembering Raja Ram Mohan Rai, not part of the social work or not part of he is the father of the press. We are remembering him as part of our Brahmo teacher. Okay? So that identity is very, very important. So here from this mantra we get the guidance. If you wanted to be very smart and you wanted to be remembered by everyone, you also being a Brahmo or by being a good human, you have to stick to certain deeds. What are those deeds? The first deed is Adhyayanam and Adhyapanam. The second deed is Yagnam and Yajinam. Since the morning, many of our colleagues talked about this Yagnam and Yajinam and Adhyayanam and Adhyapanam. Just I will quickly summarize. When we talk about Adhyayanam and Adhyapanam, here we are talking about the knowledge. If you wanted to be really eternal and worry about your permanent identity, we have to really worry about learning and teaching the Brahma Dharma or the knowledge. So Adhyayanam and Adhyapanam, when it comes to the knowledge, both the worldly knowledge and spiritual knowledge are important. Then what is Yagna? Yagna is the good deed which all should be doing. That's what explained by our dear friend Ajay Gautam ji. So there are 5 yagnas which we talked about. One is Brahma Yagna. If you are a real good human being, you have to worry about Brahma Yagna. You have to worry about Brahma Yagna is all about connecting with the infinite Brahma. Deva Yagna is all about connecting with the nature, whatever just our Ashish Basu sir explained, that you have to worry about the nature and take care of the environment. And you have to worry about the Bhuta Yagna, you have to worry about the fellow human beings, about their food, their shelter and everything. And you have to worry about Pitru Yagna, you have to take care of the elders and their health issues or emotional support. And you have to worry about Samajika Yagna, which talks about eradication of the social evils. So here, this is called Pancha Mahayagnas. So I will not go through all these things, just I explain. But unfortunately, some of us having half knowledge, we say that is it not enough if you just do certain social activities, or you may say that I just do Deva Yagna but I am really not interested in Brahma Yagna. Or you may say that I am interested in Brahma Yagna but I am really not interested in other Yagnas. This is more like a few blind people describing an elephant. If you wanted to really follow the Brahma Dharma, or if you wanted to be called as a good human being, you have to really worry about or take care of all these 5 yagnas. So these 5 yagnas are like your 5 fingers, Brahma Yagna being your thumb finger, and the remaining 4 yagnas are like your 4 fingers. Okay? Unless this, if you take another example like a ladder, the Brahma Yagna is like a vertical rails and all other yagnas are like horizontal rungs. So we believe that unless your relationship with the Almighty is strong, your relationship with the creation can never be strong. Okay? So who shall do yagnas? All of us. So we believe that whoever practices and believes in whatever I just said, the 5 yagnas or the Adhyayanam and Adhyapanam, we call them as a Brahmo, or we call them in earlier days, they used to be called as Rishis, or they used to be called as Vishwamitra. Vishwamitra, we think it's a name of a Rishi, but it was a title given earlier to our Brahma Dharma Acharyas, who are friend to the entire Vishwa. Mitra means friend, Vishwa means the entire universe, who was friend to the entire universe. That's why these great Rishis were called as Vishwamitra in earlier days. Okay? So, when we talk about Brahmoism, Brahmo is a universal identity. It is not the religious identity, it is not your worldly identity, it is a universal identity. Brahmo means the best human being. Brahmo means the best human being. We are not just talking or compromise with a good or better. We are talking about being best. Okay? So, if you look at the great rishis like Nachiketa or Adharva, all these rishis you know, but some of them were doctors, some of them were kings, some of them were metallurgists, but you know them first as great Brahmos. So, I would like to emphasize here that, okay, it's good that you may be a good doctor, you might be a good actor, or whatever it is, but unless you are not a good human being, the good human being, whatever the person, or if you are not a best human being is called as Brahmo. So that's the reason we use the word Brahmo in representing all ourselves, because we don't want to compromise with the good and better. Is this something new I am telling? Or did it happen earlier also? So in this universal club of Brahmos, who else are there? As I told you, Apom Jyotim Rasomrutam Brahma Bhut Bhuvaswarom. The great Vishwamitra Rishi from Madhuchandaha, from Rigveda says that it is not just you who joined this club. Purve Rishibhirijyo Nutanairuta. Agni Purve Birishibhirijyo Nutanairuta. It's saying in this club you are not alone. All the earlier great people, wise people, including sun, moon, earth, all great things joined this club. So your identity is not just restricted to country or a community. The identity of Brahmo is a universal identity. So we have to be proud being a Brahmo, because we thank the Creator, not like others. We thank the Creator and we show our reverence and gratitude without any prejudice. We have to be proud because we believe in universal brotherhood. We have to be proud, we practice and preach scientific temper and rational thinking. So, if you say that you are a great good Brahmo, it means that you practice all of them. If you say that I don't want it to be called as a Brahmo because that might create certain confusion with others, it means that you are indirectly saying I don't want to be a best human being. I am okay if somebody calls me just human. So you have to just decide whether you wanted to be the best human being by calling it as Brahmo, your identity, or just normal human being. So I will close this seminar with the Shanti Mantra. Om Tacham Yora Vrunimahe Gatum Yagnaya Yagnapataye Daivi Swastirastunaha Swastar Manushebhyam Shamno Astudvipadesham Chatushpade Odbham Jigatu Bheshajam Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Arup Kumar Das, sir, to present the mementos to Mr. Ashish Basu, sir, and Ravi Shankar, sir. Now we will have a short tea break. Tea is getting served on the first floor only. We will meet here again exactly after 15 minutes. Thank you, sir. I would like to give a brief introduction about him. Nimagada Ramesh Kumar sir was appointed as first Andhra Pradesh State Election Commissioner. He belongs to a 1982 batch of Indian Administrative Service. He also served as Special Chief Secretary of Governor. I request Mr. Nimagada Ramesh Kumar sir to give us a speech.
Honorable President of Brahma Samaj India, the President of Hyderabad Brahma Samaj, Mr. Ravi Shankar ji, and all the delegates who have come from various parts of India to the beautiful city of Hyderabad, our city of Hyderabad. At the outset, I must confess, during the course of my career, I worked for about 6 years with Tirupati Tirumala Devasthanam. One of the important contribution made by Devasthanam is preserving the Vedic heritage. They started a Vedic recording project. In India, as you are aware, there are more than 100 denominations of Vedas. We cannot say which is the most authentic one. The changes that have come is because of the language, the region and the culture. So the Devasthanam thought it is best to preserve all these traditions for the benefit of the posterity. Not any particular denomination is considered to be superior to the other. The intonation, the context, everything has become very regional, specific at that particular point of time. And they have done a substantial amount of work to preserve this heritage, and later it was digitized. During my tenure, I also was mentioning to Mr. Ravi Shankar ji, for the common man to bring Vedas to the home is a challenge. The orthodoxy prescribes that Vedas have to be recited at a particular time through an acharya on a befitting occasion. It is not for casual listening. It is a serious endeavor. Be it as may, if we are lost in the particular orthodoxy, there is very little chance of a large number of people ever coming to know of the Veda, the hymns, the power of the word which it really contained. We went to the Kanchi Acharya, who is a very enlightened person at that time, and he said, while he cannot publicly endorse, and he had encouraged us to record some seminal extracts from the Vedas and propagate it. So the Devasthanam we found Dr. S.K. Ramachandra Rao, one of the very great scholars. He was a professor in Bangalore University at that time. With his help, we created these seminal renderings of the Vedas, and Devasthanam had made it widely available to the people at a cost price. We have almost subsidized, and the RPG group had come forward to take up the distribution. The amazing thing I found was, in terms of the human intellect and its understanding of the nature of the man and the nature of the universe,
the thoughts, the expressions of the Upanishads, there is nothing beyond. They have got everything right. Look at the structure of the universe. The vastness and the scale of the universe, the Upanishads have envisioned. Today, the James Webb telescope validates it. The vastness of the universe is unbelievable, and it is much, much, much larger than what we ever thought. Ananta. And the concept of Ananta was experienced, was visualized by the Upanishadic minds. There can't be greater progress in terms of the human evolution that without any techniques, without any tools, without any scientific endeavor, that these people were able to visualize and get the structure of the universe with such accuracy. That is what makes us wonder. This quest has rightly come from a sense of wonder of the ancient mind, who we are and what is the nature of the universe. So the Upanishad is it is that quest to understand ourselves and the universe. Out of that has come the Upanishadic insights. We cannot add anything more. Be it as may, when we look at the structure of the universe and the human society, we would like to believe that we make progress. But that is not so. All that we see in the human history, in the human civilizations, are certain eras of enlightenment. And again we lapse back into sectarianism, into division. Division is essential to the human society, that we are divided in the name of nation state, ideology, race, geography. Every form of division creates a barrier between man and man. The philosopher J. Krishnamurti has said that there is more blood shed in the name of religion and in religious bigotry than any other single idea. And he characterized religion, organized religion, as the greatest enemy of the human progress. But when we look at the past, we have to draw inspiration from the human heritage. We are not always like this. We were better than what we are. We could at least emulate the grandeur of what has been envisioned for the human nature, the grandeur of the universe, which is, by its very name, it is Ananta, unending. There are spells in the human history when you come across. After the Upanishadic, the Aranya, the earlier Vedas, Aranyakas, after the Aranyakas, we see slowly the emergence of the society and the emergence of dharma, the individual dharma, manodharma, and the social ethic. The societal living is always an issue of conflict. How a man adjusts to the society and how the society overpowers the individual and controls our destiny with a majoritarian view. Anybody who do not subscribe to the societal view, you will be an outcast in the society. The tolerance that is expected, that space that is required for each of the individual to retain the individuality, the innate self, and to coexist with the society has not always been guaranteed. The conflict between the man and society has been constant, and it is going on till today. And we don't know when would such a perfect society would ever emerge. Consequently, Krishnamurti says, you cannot reform the world, but you can only reform yourself. The biggest contribution any person could make to the society, to the universe, is to be a better human being by oneself, by being enlightened. One single person who becomes enlightened, he could make a change. A quantum change would always come through quantum beginning. That is what many of the spiritualists have believed. And that is the quest that is going on. That is what Brahma Samaj is always about, is all about. The transformation that has to come at a fundamental level, at an individual level, which will revolutionize, which will change the society. That is the hope which we are left with. But when we look at the society, it is not such nothing to despair even in the past. When we look at the 5th century AD, you see the emergence of the Buddha, Mahavira, the Advikas, the Charvakas, a questioning mind which had asked searching questions about the nature of the human beings and the nature of the society and the nature of the world. Had we progressed anywhere beyond what the 5th century mind have produced in terms of the human breadth and understanding? I don't think so. There are always parallels in the human history. At about the same time, we find Greek enlightenment, emergence of Socrates, Plato and Aristotle, who have asked fundamental questions as to what is virtue, as to what is justice, and what is the purpose of life. These are such fundamental questions. And Socrates had answered them beautifully, that the pursuit of truth and the pursuit of virtue is what is, it is an opportunity given to a human being, but to none other. Again, after this great awakening, the world has plunged into darkness. And the reawakening we see with the Renaissance after the fall of the Constantinople in Europe, where again the very foundations of humanism, rationality, again come to the fore, and you see the efflorescence of the human mind and the human intellect and the human spirit. These cobwebs of belief, superstition, dogma are clean as it is and filled with rationality and reason for a while. And once this lamp of enlightenment had been lit, it fortunately continues to shed its progress on the generations to come. The Renaissance is followed again by a Reformation, the reformation of the religion, especially the Catholic religion and the obscurantist practices that have come about. They wanted to clean up. We find the same thing in the Bengal Renaissance too. The Renaissance has started with opening up of the human intellect and the human mind. And it is started in the world of literature, it has started in the world of art, and it transcended into the ethics. It transcended and created new organizations, the forefront of which is the Brahma Samaj. Such unbelievable that such noble souls like Raja Ramohan Rai and Ishwachandra Vidyasagar ever walked, and it is a pity that we haven't seen them in our lifetime. And what a good fortune for that century to be able to be inspired by such meta minds that they were able to inspire. And what breadth of vision, what breadth of wisdom and compassion that they have. The Bengal Renaissance, which also saw the emergence of the Brahmo movement, also saw a lot of reformation, similar to what we have witnessed in the Europe at that particular time, which was needed. The need of the hour was the reformation of the religion. We see the emergence of Ramakrishna Math, the Vivekananda, the Seva and the Dharma which has come, which is a product of that particular age. The contribution of the Bengal Renaissance and especially the Brahmo Samaj is extraordinary. At the same time, we should also not forget the contribution made by the enlightened, the British thinkers who brought about substantial social reform like Lord William Bentinck and the emergence of the Asiatic society by William Jones. They brought in a thinking in the East India Company at that time and later the Crown, governing a very large land like India. They have a responsibility to know the roots of the great culture, which was the basis of the country. So they went about preserving not only the Indian epics, but the Indian heritage. The Archaeological Survey of India has been born at the instant of William Jones, who influenced William Lord Hastings, who was a great friend of his. And at least some of the monuments in India, if we are able to preserve them and see them, it is because of their contribution. Every era has a balance sheet of good and bad, but it's fortunate to live in very interesting times. Such an interesting time was the period of the Bengal Renaissance, which saw the Brahmo movement, which saw the Bengal School of Art, which saw the efflorescence of literature epitomized by Rabindranath Tagore, and so on and so forth. But I do not want to be nostalgic. The best time to live is here and now. We cannot look with nostalgia into a past, again be rooted in the past and become sentimental and say our ancestors were great, our culture was great, our Upanishads were great, our masters were great. But what about today? That is the quest where we have to find a meaning and where we have to find a rationality and bring about a kind of a harmony. Krishnamurti always believed, J. Krishnamurti, that the challenge of the life is arrangement of the human freedom and the society, that we should live and coexist without each impinging on the others. The society should not ostracize the individual. The society should be magnanimous enough, the social order, to give space for human thought and rationality to coexist. Without that, there is no progress for the mankind. We cannot bottle the public opinion, public standards, public morals and public virtues under a particular label. There is no such label which would really encapsulate every human being. It is an ongoing quest, like the quest of James Webb telescope. It looks at the world, what it finds vastness, it finds greater beauties, it finds more ancient galaxies, it finds more ancient star formations. The vastness of the structure is unimaginable. So also is the human endeavor, as we make a mental odyssey of understanding the roots of the human nature and to go about it passionately. That is what makes a life well lived. And I believe that the Brahma Samaj is a wonderful foundation, freeing the mind and freeing the spirit from dogma. to set it free once for all, not to be conditioned by mere belief, by custom, by tradition, where Tagore has said in his famous poem, where reason is lost in the dreary desert sand of habit. I am not very good about this, recalling about that, but that is what he said. And the contribution of the Brahma Samaj is immense, and I pay homage to the memory of Raja Ram Mohan Rai, 250 years of a noble life. He is a noble son of India, and he had lit a lamp, and that lamp is a lamp eternal. And I thank you for giving me an opportunity to pay my homage to the contribution made by Raja Ram Mohan Rai and Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar and the Brahma Samaj to the Indian society and culture to make us more humane, more rational, more tolerant, and ultimately a better society in the end. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request Mr. Keshav sir and Dr. Arup Kumar sir to honor Mr. Nimagada Ramesh Kumar sir.
We on behalf of Hyderabad Brahma Samaj and on behalf of All India Brahmo Conference, we profusely thank Sri Nimagada Ramesh Kumar Garu, IAS retired, for his wonderful speech and motivational speech. In fact, he narrated the history thoroughly, he studied the history thoroughly, narrated very in detail. Thank you so much, sir. Another great and happy thing is, for us, his son's wedding is being performed on 11th of November by Acharya Ravi Shankar Garu in a Brahmo way. So very good, yes. He was very much impressed, and we are also very much impressed by him, sir. We met him, he's a vast source of knowledge. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
respected elders and my dear friends, now I request Mr. Shashikant Jadhav sir onto the dais to conduct the Upasana.
बिल्कुल ध्यान रखो मत करो, पहले उपासना कर लो। हाँ बुला दो, एक मिनट बुला देना, हर नहीं संतोष दिया करके आवाज़ दे दो, एक मिनट।
अरे संतोष सिंह जी, हेलो, आ जाओ।
प्रीति को बुला लो ना, आ जाए ना, अपने कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, पर बात गलत मत करो। आए तमाशे करने आए हैं क्या? बोलो पहला वो बात बोल देना, तैयारी करनी।
हाँ।
और कौन से भजन लगे, दो भजन लेना, ज़्यादा लंबे चौड़े मत। और उपासना शॉर्ट में और ख़त्म कर। थैंक यू। हाँ जी, क्या बोल रहे हो? भजन के लिए निकालिए और हस्त साथ में।
हेलो,
माइक
131वें ब्राह्मो अधिवेशन डेक्कन हैदराबाद में आंध्र प्रदेश संपन्न हो रहा है। कोरोना काल के 2 वर्ष पश्चात ये सम्मेलन संपन्न हो रहा है। कोरोना काल में जो लोग दिवंगत हो गए उन सबको याद करते हुए, साथ ही जो बाकी रह गए उन सभी के लिए परमात्मा के अनेक अनेक धन्यवाद देते हैं कि उनकी बनाई हुई इस कायनात को, इस जहान को, इस दुनिया को शत शत नमन करते हैं। ओम भूर्भुवस्सु ओम भूर्भुवस्सु तस्य वितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। ओम भूर्भुवस्सु तस्य वितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। आज संपूर्ण भारत दुनिया में यह दौड़ चल रही है कि सबसे बड़ा, सबसे शक्तिशाली मैं ही हूँ, पूरी दुनिया को अपने वश में कर लूँगा, उसे जीतकर दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा शक्तिशाली पुरुष देश बन जाऊँगा। परंतु यह उस व्यक्ति का, उस देश का भ्रम है कि मेरा नाम, मेरी काया अमर हो जाए। संसार में ऐसे अनेक उदाहरण हैं जिन्होंने अपनी युक्ति और शक्तियों के द्वारा अमृत को प्राप्त कर लिया था। जैसे महापराक्रमी प्रकांड विद्वान लंकापति रावण ने 10 विद्वानों के समान बुद्धि बल, शारीरिक शक्ति बल, युद्ध कौशल में निपुण, सर्वज्ञानी जिन्होंने शिव शंकर से अनेक वरदान प्राप्त कर लिए, परंतु वह भी अपने इस काया में से मोक्ष प्राप्त करना चाहता था। इस ही कारण उसने अयोध्यापति श्री राम की धर्मपत्नी सीता माता का अपहरण करके और अपने को राम के हाथों मृत्यु प्राप्त हो ऐसी रचना रची। दशानंद को योजनानुसार अयोध्यापति श्री राम के हाथों दयालु परमेश्वर से काया के मोक्ष की कामना की थी, परंतु पूरा महाभारत युद्ध समाप्त होने पर कौरवों का विनाश तथा पांडवों की जीत देखने पर ही उन्हें श्री कृष्ण के द्वारा आदेश पर धनुर्धारी अर्जुन ने पितामह को जल अर्पित किया था और उनकी इहलोक यात्रा समाप्ति की। सुविशालमिंदम विश्व पवित्र ब्रह्म मंदिरम चेतसु निर्मलम तीर्थ सत्यम शास्त्र मनश्वरम विश्वासो धर्म मूल ही प्रीति परम साधनम स्वार्थ नाशस्तु वैराग्य ब्रह्म रैव प्रकृतते। ब्रह्म समाज अवतारवाद को नहीं मानता है, इसलिए हम ब्रह्म समाजी किसी के भ्रम जाल में नहीं फंसते हैं। आज दुनिया में बहुत सारे पंथ हैं, उसमें आम लोग किसी एक को कहीं विष्णु का अवतार तो किसी को शंकर का अवतार और ब्रह्मा जी का अवतार बताते हैं। यह जितने भी अवतार हैं यह सभी माँ के कोख से जन्म लेकर के आते हैं और मृत्यु मार्ग से जाते हैं। हाँ, ब्रह्म ही सत्य स्वरूप ज्ञान होकर इतना विशाल है कि इसको पूर्ण रूप से समझने के लिए कई जन्म खप जाएंगे। आप और हम कई बार सुनते हैं कि यह आत्मा 84 लाख योनियों में जन्म मृत्यु के खेल में गुजरती है। सारे जन्मों की समयावधि अलग अलग है, निश्चित है, परंतु हम कितने भी शिक्षित हो जाए, हम 1000 से 5000 योनियों के नाम भी नहीं बता सकते। हम तो उस परम श्रेष्ठ परमेश्वर के ऋणी हैं जिसने हमें वाचाधारी मानव बनाया। हम बोल सकते हैं, सुन सकते हैं, हमें स्मरण शक्ति दी है। 50 वर्ष पूर्व की बात घटना हमारे स्मृति पटल पर ऐसे आती है जैसे कल की बात है। हे परम दयालु, आप हम मानव पर कृपा करो कि हमारे द्वारा ऐसे कार्य हो जिससे हमारी पहचान हो। यह शरीर तो नाशवान है और आज है कल नहीं। यह जन्म मृत्यु सब परमेश्वर का खेल है और इस खेल के हम सब खिलाड़ी हैं। हमें मालूम है कि एक दिन जाना है, तो कुछ ऐसा कर गुजरने के हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियां हमें याद करें। एक भजन लेते हैं, सृष्टि करता। आप भी लो, सृष्टि करता ईश्वर है, सृष्टि करता ईश्वर है, विस्मयकारी मालिक की दुनिया का ही। हाँ विस्मयकारी
मालिक की दुनिया सारी, विस्मयकारी बादल नभ से बरसत पानी, धरती रंगी रंग में धानी, सूरज बना ज्योति का दानी, सूरज बना ज्योति का दानी, बड़ी उपकारी मालिक की दुनिया सारी, विस्मयकारी हरियाली में फूल खिले हैं, नीले लाल कई पीले हैं, रंग रंग के साथ मिले हैं, रंग रंग के साथ मिले हैं, मोहनकारी मालिक की दुनिया सारी, विस्मयकारी प्यारे सीखो होकर ज्ञानी, कुशल मधुर उपकारी करनी, कुशल मधुर उपकारी करनी, कहत पुकारी, कहत पुकारी, मालिक की दुनिया सारी, विस्मयकारी, विस्मयकारी।
वारे खुदा, तेरी कैसी खुदाई है कि हर समझदार बुद्धिजीवी तुझे इस दुनिया का, सृष्टि का, कायनात का मालिक मानता है। और क्यों न माने, एक प्रजापालक भी तो इतना ध्यान अपनी प्रजा का नहीं रख पाता जितना तूने हमारा रखा है। इस पद के रचयिता कानिटकर साहब को हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि उन्होंने इस पद के माध्यम से परमात्मा द्वारा कैसी सबकी व्यवस्था की है। सर्वप्रथम पानी की व्यवस्था, उसे नदी, तालाब, समुद्र में पहुँचने के बाद पुनः वाष्पीकरण कर पूरे धरती पर बारिश के माध्यम से छिड़काव, मिट्टी में पानी के सहयोग से फल फुलवारी कैसे रंगीन होती है, रंग बिरंगे फूल खिलते हैं, मैदानों में हरियाली, जानवरों का भोजन, खेती में फसल, मानवों का भोजन, पेड़ों पर फल, पक्षियों का भोजन, पानी में कई मछलियों का भोजन, कुछ कुल मिलाकर उस पाक परवरदिगार ने हम सभी को खाने पीने की इतनी सुंदर व्यवस्था दी है कि आज भी आप किसी हिल स्टेशन पर या अपने शहर के बाहर जहाँ हरियाली हो वहाँ देखोगे कि कई तरह के पक्षी अपने कलकलाहट से संगीत का आनंद लेते हैं। नदियों के झरनों से उत्पन्न संगीत मानो वीणा के तारों से उत्पन्न सुरों की लय हमारे मन को मोह लेती है। आगे वो कहते हैं कि हरिणों के लिए नदी के किनारे की मुलायम हरियाली, व्याघ्र सिंह के लिए घने जंगल, हंसवरों के लिए मानसरोवर जैसी अनेक झीलों की व्यवस्था देखकर हम सोचने को विवश हो जाते हैं कि परमात्मा तू ही सच्चा प्रजापालक है। अंतिम पंक्ति में वो कहते हैं, हे मानव देहधारी जीव, इस दुनिया के खेल को समझ, इससे ज्ञान प्राप्त कर बिना किसी भय के इसके हर पहलू के हर घटना को, दुर्घटना, प्रलय, विलय, सुनामी जैसे विनाशकारी खेल से भी सबक ले कि इस मोह माया जाल में इतना भी मत उलझ। जब इस संसार से विदा होते हैं समय तुझे दुख होए, क्योंकि किस पल तेरा इस दुनिया रूपी मंच से किरदार खत्म हो जाएगा कह नहीं सकते हैं। एक श्लोक ले लो, सत्यम ज्ञान मनंतम। ओम सत्यम ज्ञानमनंतम ब्रह्म आनंद रूपम अमृतम यद्विभाति शांतम शिवमय द्वैतम धम पापवित्तम। पृष्ठ 141 पद 502। हरि बोलो, हरि बोलो। हरि बोला देता, हरि बोला घेता, हसता खेळता हरि बोला, हसता खेळता
हरि बोला, हरि बोला देता, हरि बोला घेता, हसता खेळता हरि बोला, हसता खेळता हरि बोला, हरि बोला गाता, हरि बोला खाता, हरि बोला गाता, हरि बोला खाता, सर्व कार्य करिता हरि बोला, सर्व कार्य करिता हरि बोला, हरि बोला देता, हरि बोला घेता। हसता खेळता हरी बोला, हसता खेळता हरी बोला, हरी बोला एकांती, हरी बोला लोकांती, हरी बोला एकांती, हरी बोला लोकांती, देह त्यागा अंती हरी बोला, देह त्यागा अंती हरी बोला, हरी बोला घेता, बोला घेता, हसता खेळता हरी बोला, हसता खेळता हरी बोला, हरी बोला भांडता, हरी बोला कांडता, हरी बोला भांडता, हरी बोला कांडता, उठता बैसता हरी बोला, उठता बैसता हरी बोला, हरी बोला देता, हरी बोला घेता, हसता खेळता हरी बोला, हरी बोला जानी, हरी बोला विजनी, हरी बोला जानी, हरी बोला विजनी, एका जनार्दनी हरी बोला, एका जनार्दनी हरी बोला, हरी बोला देता, हरी बोला घेता, हसता खेळता हरी बोला, हसता खेळता हरी बोला.
आवाहं न जानामि, जानामि तवाचनं, पूजा चैव न जानामि, क्षम्यता परमेश्वर. हरि ओम. मंत्रहीनं क्रियाहीनं भक्तिहीनं परेश्वरं, यत्पूजित मया देव परिपूर्ण तदस्तु मे, परिपूर्ण तदस्तु मे. ओम ब्रह्म कृपा हि केवलं, ब्रह्म कृपा हि केवलं, ब्रह्म कृपा हि केवलं. हरि ओम. शांति शांति.
Now I request Mrs. Suchitra Das to present the memento to Mr. Shashikant Yadav. Suchitra Das sir, ma'am is a Balasur president, Balasur Brahma Samaj president. Now we
will be starting the closing ceremony soon. I just request all the delegates, please take your seat. Whoever could not attend the program since the morning, I just request at least to attend this closing ceremony. All the organizers, whomever you see at the downstairs, the delegates, please send them to the first floor. Organizers, please check in the ground floor and send the delegates to first floor for the closing ceremony. I request delegates who are present here, please call your friends who are there, who have come to Hyderabad and were not here at this moment, and tell them that we are starting closing ceremony.
May I now request Mr. Kesatan sir onto the dais. Thank you, sir. May I now request Mr. Arup Kumar Das sir onto the dais. Thank you, sir. May I now request Mr. Ajay Gautam sir onto the dais. Thank you, sir. May I now request Mr. Bhargav Das onto the dais. Thank you, Bhargav. May I now request Sri Kesatan sir to give a brief talk on behalf of organizing committee.
Good evening to all of you who have come to the sad part of the conference, the farewell party, farewell session, the valedictory function. So last 2 days we have enjoyed a lot, benefited, we were benefited a lot by the beautiful and enlightening lectures, speeches, upasanas and all those things. So now we are feeling sad that we are leaving all of you, the beautiful people, the good-hearted people, the Brahmos. So at this moment, I don't want to talk more because time is also less. Before I conclude, I want to clarify 2 points. Some Brahmos have raised 2 questions. Why this Hyderabad Deccan Brahma Samaj name is there? Why it is Deccan? Deccan is nothing but Dakshin, south. When this Deccan Hyderabad Brahma Samaj was formed in 1914, the entire country was united. There was no Pakistan at that time. There was another Hyderabad in Sindh province, which Mrs. Rekha Sahani also is well versed with. So that was called Hyderabad Sindh, and this was called Hyderabad Dakshin. So the Dakshin has become Hyderabad Deccan. That's all. That is a clarification. I think the matter is clear to all of you. Second point is, why they are writing Hyderabad Deccan Brahma Samaj, Brahma. Why not Brahmo? That A and O. There is no much difference in it. Already you know what is Brahma. Bruhat iti Brahmam, Bruyat na iti Brahmam. That is the definition of Brahma. Brahma is called Brahma Samaj. But I think, as far as I know, the Bengalis pronounce it as Brahmo. I think that is the reason why they are called it as Brahmo Samaj. Brahmo they use it. Why others are use it Brahma, Brahmo. But there is no difference as far as I know about it. Any further clarifications are welcome about this point. Brahmo. Brahma Mandir. This is called Ajsar. Brahma. No, but Brahmo Samaj. I think there is no much difference. Whatever you call, there is a lot of difference. You don't agree with it. There is a difference. Sir, can you clarify, Acharya?
Hello. I will just give some information related to this word Brahma, because whether it is Brahmo or whatever, the Brahma, whatever we are calling, in Sanskrit there is a root called Bruh. The way in English we have roots in a language, in Sanskrit we have a root word called Bruh. If you look at the word Bruh, it is first time used in Vedas, and if you look at the Vedic dictionary, Bruh means the biggest of biggest, or the largest of largest, or the greatest of greatest. From the Bruh, the word Brahma is derived, means the one who is the creator and the greatest of great. That is the meaning. In earlier days, in the Vedic time, because the word is used in the Vedic time, the one who believed in this Brahma was called as Brahmanaha. That was the term which was used. The one who used to believe in Brahma was called as Brahmanaha. Yete Brahma Karma Samarabhe iti Brahmanaha. That was the definition. The set of rules which were followed by these Brahmana or Brahmanaha is called as Brahmanya or Brahma Dharma. So if you wanted to say the group of Brahmanaha, it is called Brahma Samaj. But over a period of time in languages, the evolution change, like there is a change in the languages because of the local accents and all. So if you look at the original Vedic text and all, the words which are used for the creator is Brahma. The one who follows Brahma are called as Brahmanaha or Brahmachari. And the group of people, those who congregate together and worship the one God, is called as Brahma Samaj. But there might be some slight variation based upon the language. Okay? So this is the information which I would like to share.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So So it's time to bid farewell to all of you and all of us. And I request Dr. Roop Kumar Das, the president of the conference, to deliver a few.
First of all, as Keshav Chandra ji has mentioned, it is one of the most difficult times during the conference because we are saying goodbye to each other. But I think all is well that ends well, right? We have heard this phrase. The last 2 days, the last 48 hours has been just simply outstanding, I would say. So on behalf of all the Brahmo Samajes who have joined here, may I request to stand up and give a rousing applause to the organizing committee of Hyderabad Deccan Brahmo Samaj. What a wonderful work that they have done. And I would request whoever are here, please come on to the stage. We just take a bow to all of you. Please join up and join the stage. Sure, sir. You can use the mic here, sir.
The clap is like this. No, just listen. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1. Listen. So for the Hyderabad people or Hyderabad Samaj, we'll do a big clap for them. Start the clap. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2. Thank you.
Thank you so much. No words to express gratitude to all the elders who have come all the way. There are many people I could see here that that they are not physically that strong, but they have still come and joined this conference. So a big round of applause to all the elders who have that feeling, that touch, that okay, yes, we would come and join this conference. And the theme of this year's conference is nurturing the future. So once again, a big round of applause to all the kids, all the children. You are our future. We hand over the batons to you. Going forward, you will be organizing all the conferences. And I'm sure it has given a message to all the other Brahmo Samajes that the young generation can do it. Believe me, I think this Hyderabad Brahmo Samaj, the majority of the work, I understand that okay, it has been done by the young people, although the elders have been guiding them, formulating all the strategies, but the execution, which is more than 50%, that has been done by, and we have seen that in our own eyes. So I know we are running out of time, but I think with that, we would call it an end to this year's conference. There is a process by which we need to hand over the conference, get it down and hand over the conference flag. So may I request Mr. Shaurav De, shall we, did we get the flag here on the stage? Do you have any other speakers?
Some delegate speaker.
Okay, just. So I just hand over to Anindita. Please go ahead.
First, I would like to call Mr. Deepak Paul, sir, to share his feedback.
Good evening. Respected President, Reception Committee and members of the host, Hyderabad Deccan, Brahmo Samaj, Hyderabad. Participant in the conference, elite of the city, respected brothers and sisters in Brahmo faith, on behalf of Bangladesh Brahmo Samaj, I let you all many cordial thanks. I am very much happy and delighted to be here in Hyderabad on the occasion of 131st session of Brahmo conference. I also express my pleasure to the conference reception committee for giving me the opportunity to speak before the eminent gathering. My personal opinion in this conference is very beautiful and excellent arrangement, especially gathering the school children. My convening heartiest greetings to all present here. Let there be victory of Brahmoyujam, victory of progress. Om Brahmo Kripa Hi Kevalam. Thank you all.
Now I request Dr. Dilip Jog sir to give his valuable feedback.
Respected members on the dais, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and girls and boys. This conference has been wonderful really, and content-wise, academically I would say, wonderful, excellent, because all the discussions, everything went in order and almost the timetable was followed. So that is important. But what suggestion I had regarding children, they will make some noise, there is no problem. But in the dining hall, it was all pandemonium, I think. There should have been some discipline. The children, we could make them sit on the floor and we could serve them. And there should be some prayer before taking food. Because our Brahmo way should be reflected there as also. So I think we have lost one opportunity there. Because why I am saying this? Because in the summer camp that we conduct in Pune for last so many years, all the children taking food at a time, they sit on the floor. Floor means we arrange something to sit and we serve them. But before that, there will be a short prayer that all this food somebody has prepared, somebody has brought it from market, and somebody has grown it in the fields. So we should thank all these people and then eat the food. So and the food should not be wasted. Nobody will waste the food, and then everybody will wash his plate afterward. I mean things like that. So it's a way of inculcating discipline, our Brahmo way. So that is the only suggestion I have, because this is the first experiment and it was very nice to see so many children participating and the hall full with children. So that is, of course, there is no parallel to it. But this is being the first experiment, I think. We should, in future I think all of us should keep it in mind. Yeah, that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Arup Kumar Das, sir, to give his feedback.
It's only positive experiences only. But just one thought I was just discussing with few people during the lunchtime, and probably maybe Shaurav can make a note. The condolences that we do, usually we are doing it during the AGM, but there could be a suggestion that we can do it 1 minute silence when everybody can be, we can read out the names of the condolences for the last 1 year. And if we do it in the main prayer hall or the main hall, then everybody can also participate. So that's my only suggestion. If it is possible, I don't know about the constitution or not, but that's the only thought that, okay, because we, during the pandemony, we lost many of close dear ones, plus other than that. So because everybody can join. Otherwise, wonderful efforts, especially the children. I really enjoyed with so many people around. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Mr. Himakant Tata, sir, to give his feedback.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I've been attending Brahmo conferences for the past 21 years, from 2001 onwards, from Guwahati Brahmo conference. This conference will go down as a landmark conference. Each conference has its own speciality, and I made a point to thank, but this has its own distinctive features. We have seen the galvanization of youth power, and for the first time I think we have allowed the youth to take center stage, which is indeed what was required all these days. Hand over the baton to the youth, allow them to conduct, and in the sessions you could get a lot of novel ideas. I must make it a point to congratulate all the team members of Hyderabad Deccan Brahmo Samaj. I don't want to take individual names, I know it's a collective effort. I congratulate them for harnessing the energies and the talent of the youth in bringing out a wonderful conference, and everything was so well organized. So in 2007, the theme of the Pune conference was humanize, equalize and spiritualize. I think this conference had added a fourth dimension: humanize, equalize, digitalize. And when you see the impact of the digital technology, it shows that Brahmos are moved ahead with times. They are professionally very alert, and I think this conference, thanks to the digital technology, has made things more transparent, visible, and let this trend continue. Thank you for setting the ball rolling. Cheers to Hyderabad Deccan.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Mr. Ashok Gurda, sir, to give his feedback.
Respected brothers on the stage, I would only say that the arrangements were fantastic, the food was great, the venue is beautiful, and as everybody said, everything is positive. And one thing I want to tell is we could have had one plenary session where whatever the youth have expressed, all those things has to be collected individually, and we should see that how we can train them for the future and harvest the best out of them. That's one of the things which I want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request our favorite Mrs. Rekha Sani ma'am to share her views.
Namaskar everyone, and thank you Anandita. Feedback, the positive, negative, I don't know whether feedback is a feedback, so we'll just share some of the feedbacks that you all have shared. So namaskar to you all, especially the dignitaries on the dais. Reception committee, excellent work. Hospitality, excellent. Sound system, excellent. In conferences, we have this problem of mics every time. Ye mic nahi chalta hai, wo nahi. But that gentleman sitting over there, Mr. Raju, has ensured that the mics have been in proper order. Mobin over there has ensured that all these LEDs and how the pictures change so fast and all that. It was amazing. Like he said, digitalized, yes. Decor, beautiful. What next is my big question. That's my feedback. Do we meet again after 1 year for another conference, or do we bond over the period of time? That's my first question. Dr. Jog spoke about the children and their noise, and what really bothered me during these 2 days was the adults who were talking during Upasana, and children had to go around and tell them not to talk. So that's one feedback of mine, that we need, our audio needs to match our video. And somehow I feel we are lacking in that, being the role model to our kids. I miss the cultural evening. Normally, whenever we've had the All India Brahmo conferences, we've had one little evening for cultural, whether it was the digital one of Pune also, but I really miss that. And I just have to say it has been a beautiful journey with this youth group, which has really awakened a lot of positivism and optimism in us. Morning I said I would share what I wrote for Brahmo Samaj when the youth was talking. I wrote, B for me is bonding, R for me is rationalism, A for me is to accept the situation and people as they are, H is for humility, M, I need to monitor myself, what I'm doing and saying, does it match the Brahmism principle? O, I would like to be more optimistic than I am. For the Samaj, what am I doing? S, for the society that I belong, am I smiling enough is also the S. A is for appreciation, M is for money. Sometimes we do not realize, but we do not give our children the value of money, and that is very, very important. We always say the Samaj doesn't have money, but the society has a lot of money. We will do the good work and automatically the money comes, so that we don't have to worry about that. The next A is for acceptance, and J is let us all be joyful, though we are sad when we are going, but let us be very, very joyful and really think about it seriously. What next? Iske baad kya? Thank you very much. It was lovely meeting you. And one thing I have to say, what I saw in the ladies, you know, Calcutta is famous for these women. And what I think one of the feedback was the amazing role models we have seen. They have come with their stick, they have come sitting on that sofa, not being able to, but I think all the ladies I have met over here this time, hats off to you all, and we need to be like you all the way and come back for all the conferences. So thank you for being such great role models to all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. May I now request Ms. Kashish Das to share her views.
Hello again, Namaskar. As the glorious and blessed event has come to an end, I just want to thank a few people who really matter a lot to me. I want to thank Gayatri Aunty for being a second mother to me here. Thank you for loving me and understanding me even when I don't utter a single word. I just can't express my gratitude for her in words. And my favorite Ravi uncle, the way he invited me, I just had to come. Thank you so much, uncle, for tolerating me and sometimes my tantrums during the class period. You have enlightened me a lot. Ravi uncle and Gayatri aunty, I salute your patience and hard work. Without you both, I wouldn't have been standing here today. And of course, everyone's favorite, our drama queen Rekha ma'am. my mistakes and guiding me in the right path. Thank you for being a kid in front of us. I will definitely miss your nakras till the next conference. And my dearest Abhigya, you have been a best friend to me and I hope you will always be. Things are never quite as scary when I have got a friend like you. I can't thank you enough. It's really hard for me to say you goodbye. So I'll simply say see you soon, Abhi. And I'm definitely going to miss Madhu Auntie's adorable eyes, Prem Chakravarti uncle's trendy moustache, Ajay uncle's furious face and his handsome heart, Srilata Auntie's confident vibe, Vargavji's innocent smile and noodles wale bal, and moments spent with Annie, Addy and Himadri and all my friends. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kashif. I request Ms. Preeti Bayas to share her views.
Good evening, everybody. Namaskar to all the elders and my love to all my fellow youth crowd. This is a very important part of a conference to conclude it, to see where we stand, what we came for and what we have achieved in this session. In these 2 days, 48 hours, whatever time we have given, actively, inactively, whatever. Now, there are two things. First of all, I would like to pay my sincere thanks to Keshav uncle and his team and this organizing committee for taking a huge step in creating a youth conference committee head and the organizing secretary and all the members who are there to show them the right way. I really thank them very, very much from the bottom of my heart. The next thing is a negative point that I want to share. I would like to express my deepest and most painful agony and the sheer injustice which happened on this international platform, because if I'm not going to raise this question, it is not going to be spoken. And I am a dedicated Brahmo, and when Ravi sir had that session, are you proud to be a Brahmo? And that time, yes, I am proud to be a Brahmo. And if some sort of injustice is happening on this platform, in a conference, I want to raise my voice. That's why I am coming with this negative point. Because I don't want to let it go. Because if we let it go, it will go on like that only. My most important and most bitter question is, are our elders, the elders of our Samaj, sincerely interested in bringing the youth or the potential non-Brahmos or the potential followers to have faith in our belief system? क्या वो चाहते हैं कि हम इस मूवमेंट का, इस समाज का, इस ब्रह्मो बिलीफ का, आइडियोलॉजी का एक पार्ट बने या उसको समझने की कोशिश करें? क्वेश्चन हाँ हो तो आप हाथ खड़ा कर सकते हैं, और ना हो, if it is a no, resounding no, then you can simply, no need to raise your hand. अगर हाँ है तो I can say, are you interested in bringing the children or the youth to the Samaj? Then you can raise your hand. The time is now. Okay, so I was excited to be a part of this conference. I even had the opportunity of a very huge amount of people listening to my points. As Rekha ma'am in her morning session said, there is a very big difference between hearing and listening. One is a subconscious level thing and one is a very conscious thing. In one thing, you are actually thinking about what is entering your ear and you are processing that thing and you are thinking about it. You are spending your time and your mind on it. So on this level, I was excited to be a part, to be a presenter as a prayer. I wanted to do a prayer, but I was not given the chance. Just because I was not able to write my name on the given paper in the given time. So that is the agony, that is the problem, that is the injustice which is happening in Samajas. The elders are on papers, in conferences, everywhere are saying that we need good youth support. We are supporting them, but they are actually not supporting them. When the 11th hour is coming, when the decision making time is coming, they are not making the right decision. मुझे प्रार्थना करनी थी आज, मुझे अगर बोला जाता कि आपको नहीं है, आपके बड़ों को प्रार्थना करनी है, आप स्टेप बैक कर दीजिए, मैं खुशी खुशी कर देती. दैट इज नॉट द पॉइंट. मुझे यहाँ पे कोई पॉइंट प्रूव नहीं करना है कि मैं बहुत अच्छी उपासना करती हूँ. मैं वो चांस चाहती थी कि ये यूथ के द्वारा करी हुई कॉन्फ्रेंस है, तो यूथ के द्वारा एक उपासना होनी चाहिए. दैट वॉज माई पॉइंट. मेरे को किसी को नीचा नहीं दिखाना था, बट मुझे वो पॉइंट, वो चांस नहीं मिला. और मेरे पीछे मेरे समाज के दूसरे फॉलोअर्स, छोटी बच्चियां जो मुझको देख के आ रही हैं, मेरे को उनको जवाब देना मुश्किल पड़ेगा. That Preeti Di, you are suffering like this, you are facing this injustice, what will happen to us? Why should we become a part of this? We are facing problems, we are facing atrocities in every sphere of our society as girls, in schools, in colleges, education, everywhere. Only the Samaj is a place where we have a peace of mind. And now that peace of mind, if it is lost on this huge platform, I am sorry to say I won't become a part of this. नहीं, अगर ऐसा ही होता है तो फिर कोई बात नहीं. I won't be a part of the Brahmo movement. I will practice Brahmo way of life in wherever I am.
Yeah, your thing has been understood. Everybody has raised the hand and they have understood it. You have made your point. That's right. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yes. It's okay. Okay. I would definitely, yes, I thank all my elders that they have given me the chance to this thing. But this is a question I want to raise, and I want this answer, if not now, then in the recent future. And a very big hand for all the organizers.
Okay, ma'am, we will think over it and consider it next time. I request Ms. Sipra Das to give her feedback.
I'm Ms. Sipra Das from Balasore Brahmo Samaj, Odisha. Most Honorable President of 131st All India Brahmo Conference, and all the honorable members of Management Committee of this All India Brahmo Conference, my respected all the delegates, brothers and sisters, and all my dear children. My namaskar to one and all, and good evening to one and all present over here. Today we are at the last part of this conference, and really it is very much interesting and it is very much appreciable that the theme of this conference is nurture the future. As it is told by Kashish on the first day, that it is the conference for the people, by the people, and of the people. And children are like booming birds. We must thank God for the beauty of the children, their joy in all beautiful things, their joy, their laughter, their zeal, and their enthusiasm. And we must feel that they should get the love of their parents, love of their elders, wisdom of their teachers, and care, full care from the society. If they get all these things, they should grow up. They should grow up stronger and stronger day by day. They should grow up mentally, physically, and their religious growth is surely, no one can obstruct this. Thus, really it is very much gratifying that to see that many children are here. They have attended this Brahmo conference, and I must express my thanks and gratitude to Hyderabad Deccan Brahmo Samaj under the leadership of Ravi Shankar, Mr. Ravi Shankar, that so many children are being trained for Brahmaism. He has trained so many children, and that make them learn Vedas, Upanishads, mantras, and they are imbibed in Brahma Dharma. Really, it is very much thankful and gratifying. And from the core of my heart, I must express my gratefulness to all the members, managing committee of this All India Brahma Conference for a very nice arrangement, for a very nice, really, it is the best one Brahma Conference. Though I have not attended all the conference, it is the best, no doubt it is the best one. And children have enjoyed a lot, and all the participation of the children in different panel discussions that how to spread Brahma Samaj message and principle to the greatest number of children in the next 5 years, and panel discussion, how do we raise children as great Brahmas, and what do we expect from the Brahma Samaj, what can we do for the Brahma Samaj, are really very much praiseworthy and appreciable. Thank you very much. And the talk that delivered by different speakers on the different seminars is really appreciable, praiseworthy. And I must appreciate Mr. Ravi Shankar, talk of Ravi Shankar, and that 5 yajnas he has discussed here, and all the talks, and really this touched my soul, and enlightening speak, that is enlightening words he has uttered here, really praiseworthy. And I hope all of you must enjoyed all these things. Thank you. And I must thank all for nice boarding and lodging facilities for all of us who has come from different corners of Brahmas, and very much happy to see all the Brahmas from different parts of India gathering here for this conference. Thank you all, and thank you all, my dear brothers and sisters. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anybody want to speak? Please. Somebody. Anybody wants to speak? Kindly come forward. Anybody wants to speak? Kindly come forward. You can speak now. Anybody wants to speak?
Anybody want? Hello?
Yeah, I just request whoever had registered their names, they have completed their feedback. If anybody would like to come here voluntarily and share your feedback, you are welcome. Otherwise, we'll move on to the next item. Okay, that's good. That's fine. I just wanted to answer one question which we had received from all the delegates. Okay, it's good that we had 2 days wonderful conference. Then what is next? What is the plan next? Why we have organized this conference? So as an organizing committee, what we have done, we have divided these activities into 3 parts. One is pre-conference activities and activities to be conducted during the conference and post-conference activities. So before the starting of the conference, almost for last 6 months, we were doing whatever the events which we have tried to show you on the screens downstairs, some social activities and various activities we have tried. And then the main idea of this conference is like the topics whatever we had put in terms of the health or the education or the moral values and all. We will surely get back to all these speakers and take their feedback and inputs in implementing these ideas. So our idea is to come up with a 5-year action plan on whatever the topics people have spoken here, and especially the seniors, and come up with a 5-year action plan. This is our vision, and make sure all these activities are implemented in next 5 years. Especially the reason for inviting children and making them to speak about what they are expecting and what they wanted to contribute. So we will form a team with the children and all the elders, those who have given the suggestions. We wanted to make them as mentors, and we wanted to come up with a 5-year action plan. So after this conference, we might be interacting with you individually, having separate Zoom meetings, or if required small meetings, we may invite you to address the gatherings and all. So I hope that surely we wanted to take this message forward. This is our idea. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Saurabh sir to give his feedback.
Good evening, all of you. It is not actually like that feedback. Sometimes we are finding out some of the Brahmos are telling what is the usefulness of the conference. This is a 2-day picnic. I'm not saying it is a 2-day picnic. You know that in multinational corporation, there is a tremendous pressure of the work, and there is a forced leave. And that forced leave gives them some resource to continue for the next year. So from here, from this conference, each and every year, we are collecting some resource that we'll use for the next year. Okay. Now, for 2 days, thousands and thousands of words and sentences are going to be uttered by the different speakers. It is not possible to remember. Okay. But few things are there which must be there in some of their minds. Something is there in my mind, something is there in the others. Okay, that is the positivity of these seminars or this conference. Now, sometimes we are thinking that we know everything. In Bengali we called it sabjanta. But the same problems can be viewed or expressed by different age group. That is a very interesting thing for me today in the morning session and the post-lunch session. We are finding out that from the age group of 15, and that boy is, I think, in class 8 or 9 maybe, okay, and some of them, they are, one is in class 11, another is going to graduation or post-graduation, some of they are doing a little bit higher education, and the different from age group of 15 to 84. So they are expressing their views. So it is not like that I know everything. So the same problem can be expressed from the different angles, and that can give the inputs that no, I don't know everything, so I have to rethink for that one. That is the most important thing that I find out in this conference. And one of the point I have to mention here, few months ago, one fine morning, Ravi Shankar ji called me. I am in Kolkata, I want to visit your house. Suddenly I find out why he is want to visit my house. Many questions are there. Okay, so next day he and that gentleman came to my house and said, yes sir, please come, no problem. So why they went Kolkata to inviting personally to the different people, and I think they went to some other cities also. That is a very new thing we are finding out. Normally what happened, what we are going to do, we are just sending the letters or over the phone we are communicating. But they are just personally, they visited the different places and inviting. That is the best thing I find out. The very new things are there. Okay, and regarding hospitalities arrangement, I have no words I have to say for that one. I am just requesting Miss Preeti. Miss Preeti, please hand over that token to Mr. Kesavchal, that collection. Please. This is a small collection for the volunteers. Preeti is going to hand over. Achha, one more thing. Okay, chairman. Okay, no problem. Chairperson, please come forward. This is not a very big amount, very small amount. Okay, so you just whatever. Yes. Please. Come. Yes. Okay, thank you. One more announcement is there. Next year we are going to organize the conference in Guwahati. Okay? Yes, in Assam province. I think it is after 2001. No, before that, I think 2001. 2001 they organized, and this time they are ready to organize the conference next year in 2023. Mr. Chandra is unable to come here. On another information I want to share with you, in the new organizing committee, we have new General Secretary, and Sri Aniruddha Rokhit is the new General Secretary. Sir, please come here. All of you, please give an applause for him. And continuation to the question of Rekhaji. Where is Rekhaji? Where is Rekhaji? Continuation your question, what is next? That we are bonded so tightly that every year from every corner of the country we are coming in one place. Okay? Okay, now we are going to hand over the flag. Okay. Last item.
We'll go down and then
downstairs. Okay. So last item we are going to hand over, and our new General Secretary Aniruddha sir is going to hand over on behalf of the Guwahati Brahma Samaj. So, thank you all of you. Thank you all the members of the Hyderabad Deccan Brahma Samaj for this organizing this wonderful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now we have come to the almost closing of the function. Let us leave all bitter feelings here and go back with sweet memories of the conference for the next year. Let us enjoy. Thank you so much. Vote of thanks. Okay, and the last thing. Vote of thanks. That is my request to all of you. No bitter feelings. We'll have only good feelings. and sweet memories. That's all. Thank you so much. Yes, 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 please. Yes, that's the last. There will not come back here. Okay.
Now we have the vote of thanks.
Vote of thanks.
May I now request Mr. Sandeep Banda to extend the vote of thanks. Before that, I would like to give a brief introduction of Mr. Sandeep Banda. He is studying civil engineering in one of the prestigious universities. He is learning Vedas and also teaching Vedas to the children.
ॐ एकमेवा अद्वितीयं ब्रह्मं सन्नामरूपविवर्जितं ऋतं सत्यं परब्रह्मम् ईश्वरं लोकपालकम्. So namaskar, a very good evening to everyone present here. It gives me immense pleasure to deliver the vote of thanks as we come to the end of the 131st All India Brahmo Conference. First, I thank Lord Almighty for giving us this opportunity to host the conference, which has been a great success. I thank the conference president, Dr. Arup Kumar Das, for accepting our request to be the president of 131st All India Brahmo Conference and addressing on this occasion. Thank you, sir. I thank Dr. Udapi Krishna, President Central Council of Brahma Samajas. I thank Sri Saurode sir, Secretary of Brahmo Conference. I especially thank our special guest, Nimmagadda Ramesh Kumar sir, for making the time and coming to our conference. And thank you for your encouraging words. I wholeheartedly thank all the speakers for speaking to the august audience and expressing their views on various subjects related to the Brahma Samaj. I thank the moderators of the panel discussions and coordinating the entire program so systematically. I profusely thank Dr. Sushma Jog ma'am and Dilip Jog sir, Sri Debashish Rai Chaudhary sir and Indo team for conducting such heartfelt and memorable upasanas. In this conference, we got opportunity to witness Sangeet Upasana, and I thank all members of Brahma Samajas for conducting Sangeet Upasana. I thank all the singers for singing hymns so melodiously. I wholeheartedly thank all the volunteers who have worked day and night for months to ensure that this event is a great success. I would like to thank my friends, Ms. Kashish Das, Abhignya Damuluri, Anindita Gautam, Dishika Mamidyala for anchoring this event successfully. I thank Sri Keshav Chand sir and all the members of Hyderabad Deccan Brahma Samaj for working cohesively with perfect collaboration for making this event a grand success. While the food for thought was provided for all of our brothers and sisters, I take the opportunity to thank the caterers for providing us sumptuous meals and snacks with so much of love and care. I thank Mr. Raju from Pushpanjali Electricals for his service of facility of mic and music system. I thank Mr. Prashant Manchikanti who helped us in designing banners and posters for the conference and also helped us in many arrangements. I thank Mr. Astosh Patwardhan and his team for wonderful photographs and videographs. I thank Mr. Syed Khairul Mubin and his team for the LED facility and slide change for every session. I would like to specially thank Rekha Sahani ma'am for encouraging children and elders after every session. I thank all the children from different schools who have been part of this conference for both the days. Last but not least, I thank all the delegates and members of various samajas and friends for participating in this conference. Thank you. Brahma Krupahi Kevalam.
The conference is declared closed. We will get down to the basement area to get the flag down and hand over the flag. But before that, please join us for the Shanti Mantra.
Om Tachham Yora Vrunimahe Gatum Yagnaya Yagnapataye Daivi Swastirastunaha Swastarmanushabhyam